That's why I'm like,
This
Is a
thing
second
picked up
instance of
so
Discord.
much sound.
honestly, would maybe almost need secondary computer to stream.
I mean, that's what I've suggested, is that a lightweight stream computer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bro, just buy another PC.
We don't know.
Why don't
Yeah,
you just get a second computer?
just run it on a Raspberry Pi.
I mean, actually, that's not half bad idea. Setting up a Raspberry Pi just to stream.
It doesn't. It would not have the processing power.
I mean, like, it might.
I forgot about things for a second, so I thought you were talking about like an actual Raspberry Pi. I was like,
I
mean, if you hooked it up with some extra processing power, and you just had just Discord
At
and
that point, you should just get a new computer because that extra processing power is where all of your money's gonna be going. For
I would recommend just buying like a Dell Optiplex at that point. A 3030 micro
hardwire it to the
specifically.
internet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give it a small monitor, and just have it running Discord and Foundry and the stream.
It would just need to be able to process the overlay and everything.
Yeah. So probably, well, it might be able to run it with integrated graphics, but it'd be better off using a small NVIDIA card, not NVIDIA, AMD card. And you can get them pretty cheap.
You can't get anything cheap right now.
I meant on government surplus. I know, because I was the one who processed government surplus in my first job.
Interesting.
Yeah, part of my whole job was ripping hard drives out of computers that were covered in 30 years of dust. It was disgusting. But that's how I learned about, that's how computers, or schools get computers for really cheap, is their old government systems. Because city governments aren't allowed to throw anything away. It has to be repurposed or sold.
Well, who would like to give a recap of what happened?
It reminded me to get my notes out.
Because my notes are in journal form, I can't actually tell where the start of last session was. I should start marking that.
The start of last session would be when you all were waking up for breakfast at the inn. Probably would have been a discussion about if you were going to the Burns or to the Evelian district.
Sorry.
Yikes.
Would you like me to give the recap for this week?
Hell yes. I have no brain.
Zero brain cells.
We started the last session with you all waking up after having a wild night, dealing with odd, eyeless creatures and one semi-powerful mage who exploded when a punch just happened to connect a little too close to a...
Shin.
Shane.
Yeah.
Coming in your mic right now?
That's weird.
Oh, it's gone now.
Do you have crisp on?
Yeah, I've had it on. That's why it's
Chris
weird.
just failed for a moment and was giving a bunch of sound.
Sounds like a... I don't even know.
An air
One of those rock tumblers.
Yes,
Oh,
There it is.
It's picking up my typing. I don't understand why. It's normally really good about not doing that.
Just turn crisp off and on again.
I have.
Okay.
Sag. But a few of you all had rooms. One of you decided to sleep in a booth, Atara.
Hello.
And when you all came down after different conversations with each other for breakfast, most of you were the perfect customers. You were willing to just order off the menu. One of you bastards ordered something that was not part of the breakfast menu at 6 a.m.
Listen.
and eat it.
listen.
So there will be
I don't know.
Muppets.
There's nothing wrong with me ordering what I want to eat. Okay? And
I want
have
to eat
you
your
looked at those
horns.
eggs? Those are not normal eggs. That's not what food should look like. I think it's perfectly reasonable if I order something that seems a little bit more appetizing. I paid for
Beggars can't be choosers, now can they?
touche.
The chef says while carving into the lamb for the lunch and dinner prep. But there was a lot of debate on whether you all wanted to go to a brothel in the shadiest part of town or if you wanted to immediately hit up the market square in the Diamond District where you were currently located. And, well, the brothel won out.
You named it the Lover's Knoll. How could we not go to a place named so beautifully?
I actually kind of hoped that with a name like the Lover's Knoll that you all would know better than to go there, but hey, it turned out well, didn't it?
I mean, it was Stygian that wanted to go. The rest of us just followed.
Worked out. Swimming.
I have to.
Mhm.
Is it Stygian or Stygian?
Stitch.
That's what I thought. Stygian, not Stygian.
I think that's either Ray or that's just how Finavir remembers the name.
No,
It's just me.
Truth says it.
It's just
No,
it's just me. I have 0 brain cells.
It's the Stig.
And then the Stig.
But it is Stygian, like sticks.
Stygian. Stygian.
Very Greek name,
Stygian.
and I'm very okay with this. But you headed down into the Burns, the poor district, and a child did attempt to pickpocket you, but after some shows of kindness and a little bit of persuading, you found out that this child was just doing the work they had to do, and so you gave them a few coins and let them be on their way. You arrived at the brothel. Stygian incorrectly assumed that everything was going to be okay when he showed up to a brothel with a Solaris Knight in tow and asked for a room with the stand-in pimp for 100 gold. And no businessman was going to refuse the offer, and after being led into the back room and surrounded by 10 other figures, Stygian was given an ultimatum to answer all their questions or face the wrath of the people in charge. After clearing up that it was just an information gathering mission, Stygian was able to leave without any harm coming to his person. But during this, his friends were getting high as a kite in the waiting room. Sorry, acquaintances.
Thank you.
After this, you left the Burns, headed in, and did some shopping in the market district in the market square, just to head up into the Evelian district. After guards hassling you for a short period of time until your writ from Tobias gave you entrance, you looked around and spent quite a bit of time inside of the Trove, a large magic item emporium, buying several oddities and rarer magical items. You quickly approached the time of your meeting with Tobias and Lady Alira. Upon arriving there, you all discussed the reason behind your being summoned here, and the reason why that they would be willing to offer a job seemingly so important to a group of ragtag, to say the least, individuals. And after everyone accepting it, or having it accepted in their place, questions and details started to be released about each other. To the shock for many of you, finding out that Tobias was a defector of the Mystern Accord during the war that has recently come to a ceasefire. Along with a few other apparently shaking details have been opened up about that have left both Stygian and Finevere a little visibly rattled. And that's where we left off. As Finevere's card is revealed.
If that's all you have to say, I will be taking my leave now. Finevere's going to kind of glance at the card before turning to leave, and if nobody's going to stop him, he is going to leave the room and wait for everybody outside.
Well, suppose I got some kids to find, don't I? And I shuffle the card back in and begin to make my way out.
I was gonna stand up, do a stretch, and go, alright, bye, Mayor. See you later, Toby. At Tobias. and walk
Tobias
out.
almost starts to like raise a finger and protest, but just seems to let it go this time. Agamemnon gives the soldier's salute and follows Atara out.
Jawazi just follows.
Jawazi is you are the last one in that group to lead, as I assume Sprite is still chilling on Agamemnon.
Yeah, probably. Whatever.
Their personal mount. Can't wait till you ask about the mounted combat rules on the fair.
I was just about to say, when are we going to get mounted combat? Does Agamemnon count as an intelligent mount?
Yes, actually, the most intelligent creature in this room.
Wait, you could multi-class into a cavalier fighter.
Oh
Oh my god.
I'm gonna go ahead and cut that one off at the bud. But Joel,
There is the mounted combat.
leave the room. You do hear both Alira and Tobias go at the same time, just under their breaths. What a unpolite group. As the door closes behind you.
What an impolite group.
Yeah.
We didn't formally say goodbye. We just walked out.
Left. like you're like, yeah, we've got a job now. No formality, no anything. You just turned around and left. When essentially, that'd be like walking out of the room with two, like the vice president, without if there were 4 vice presidents in the world, in the U.S., that'd be like walking out of a room, after they invited you to their personal room, giving you tea, crumpets, and paid for your flights there. You're just like, "Aight, bye."
Yeah, it's the Irish goodbye.
Yeah, as everyone filters out Jawas, he's just like, were we impolite there? I don't understand.
I thought we were done.
They mentioned that we were quite an impolite group as I walked out.
They're an impolite group.
I am not quite sure what we did.
That same 10-star, the taller woman is waiting at the top of the stairs for you all.
But I guess let us be off. We have things to do.
I suppose we do.
It's about 2 hours until it's about an hour until the start of the show. You don't know when in the night show for the Trillion that Sylvanas will be playing, but you do know that he will be playing tonight.
That is within the hour. We wish to, at least until I have.
Well, from the looks of it, I don't think our business here is done. Stygian will just gesture towards the 10-star awaiting us.
She just kind of looks up and she looks at you all, gives a very critical eye, just examining as much of you all as she can, and she just goes, I don't know what the fuck your business is. I'm just here to make sure you don't steal anything on your way out.
Well, at least you're honest.
Yeah. And don't worry, our business is something that your bosses couldn't trust you to deal with. So we'll take it from here.
She gives you a real look up and down, and she goes, "You know, since you've been officially given position inside of the Solaris Knights, that means you've you've already bent one of our codes of conduct, and that could lead to a duel with someone who's a little more hot-headed."
Yeah, but I can cross that bridge when I get there.
Just warning you, some of the 10 stars and definitely some of the constellations are much, much more brash. They will happily put you in your place, and publicly.
What rule did we break?
Well, I'm a 10 star. You're the equivalent of a 1 star.
I prefer no star.
Well, right now. I like a little bit of jesting. That one was actually, pretty well put, though I wouldn't go around saying something so important about a secret mission to just anyone. Anyway, the door's that way. I trust you not to steal anything. If you do, I'll have to hunt you and whip you.
I'm sure our hands will be kept to ourselves. Oh, good morning.
By the way,
Morning,
you would
Sprite.
all know it is custom in the Federation that if you steal something without injuring someone in the process, the penalty is lashings equal to the gold cost of the item divided by 10.
Oh.
Man, you guys have very generous laws here. I would have expected worse.
We try not to imprison our people. No, our laws aren't exactly any less barbaric than those you come from up north. Ta-ta.
Goodbye.
See ya.
Was he just like really confused? Walks out.
I give an overly exaggerated bow.
Benevere hasn't even made eye contact with her and is just
Why
waiting
you
for
all
everybody
so
else to move on.
fucking sticks up your asses, aren't you?
Mara's just going to like shrug and walk out. Just no reverence.
Sprite pulls on Agamemnon's hair like Ratatouille style.
Agamemnon leads out, stops, gives the salute to his superior, one of his direct superiors, and
He can't speak right now.
follows you out.
The vow of silence day.
Yes, this is. Let me just check something really quick. Yes,
Oh my.
He didn't pass his morning constitutional. There we go. Shh. Don't worry about it.
Sprite's gonna, whenever we're out of the, like, general vicinity of the 10 star, Sprite's gonna turn to Finavir and go, "Why do you feel disgusting today?"
Well, that is a rude thing to say to someone. You haven't even
Right?
felt
No,
me.
no, you don't understand. You feel like. Did you make a deal with someone about something?
And if I did, is it really any of your business?
Right. Well, considering you feel like a deal, like you feel like everything, your vibes right now are not syncing up with him. They're like with the vibes of fighting each other.
Benavir does not pass the vibe check.
What?
You're not passing my vibe check right now. My fucking vibe check is all over the place, and that's disgusting.
Are you saying
what?
you can smell a sucker?
I can smell something. Wait, you said this pact, does it feel fey?
No.
Whatever it is. I mean, whatever it is, it's not fucking fey. That's for sure.
Whatever what is?
Whatever deal Finavir made, it's not a fey pact.
Baron,
Mm-hmm.
you said that when I made the deal, I saw a fayish being. Does the fact that
could
Sprite...
fit a fayish feel, like a
Okay.
fayish description, but
So, Sprite being like it's not a fae, what else do I think it could be?
oh, I mean, there are several demons and devils who are very, very good at masquerading as other entities and even find great joy in it. There are minor, not really deities or creatures of like just creatures of mischief and mayhem that would be more than willing to do the same thing and share similarities with the Fae. There are even some aberrational creatures that have that ability.
Shout out to my girlfriend Bean for saying the words beans, 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 beans over and over again, and I was forced to buy these beans. Well, I wasn't forced, but like I felt like I needed to.
You were offered a way to pay for it without selling your soul to something. You were too proud to accept it.
No, correction. Finavir was.
Well, seeing as it's a deal that Finavir agreed to, I don't think there's any problem with it. Isn't that right,
Thank you for the
Finavir?
vote of confidence.
Less of a
Can
vote
I-
of confidence in me making sure you're aware of what you got into. But
Can I sense, like, how strong this pact is? Like anything? Any vibe? Can I make an additional vibe check?
Anyone want to wonder what would happen if we, like, just cooked those beans into a stew and ate them?
I mean, I think I paid the hefty price. I don't want to cook it into a stew.
I don't have any specific rules about eating exploding beans, but even I think that does not sound like a good idea.
They're popping with flavor.
Yes, I will just guess, Atar, that you will die.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I always am.
With a 4, you can't tell like exactly how powerful, but it's powerful enough that it's like that it kind of has leaked onto you and your compatriots.
Motherfucker.
There's something I don't like that. The longer I'm sitting near you, the more I feel like this pact is rubbing off on me. Are you sure you didn't like agree for our group to do something? Like nothing in your words. What were your words exactly? Did you write them down?
I did not. Why would I write down a verbal agreement between...
Because it's a fucking pact!
Well, in my defense,
Aren't you supposed
I
to
did
be...
not think of that. I just felt the need to get the beans for no particular reason.
Well, whatever words you said exactly, if anyone could recall the words exactly said, you are basically tied with your soul to whatever it is. whoever you made this deal with, you're now sort of tied until it's wrapped up with a little bow. And I really hope you weren't vague about it, because otherwise you may be, I don't know,
said you
trapped
have a
forever.
deal. All I said is you have a deal. That I would.
You said the words, you have a deal?
Yes, Sprite. Not everyone is a part of a manipulative species that intends to take one's words at the exact value to entrap them into binding contracts. It is a very understandable mistake.
I don't know, that sounds pretty human to me.
Yeah, I don't know. Instead, right, because I would much rather hang around with a bunch of people who don't take words at their value and just decide to exploit each other freely. What is
Well,
it you
if
have?
that's the
You
case,
don't
then
have.
why are you on the material plane, Sprite?
You mean like you don't do that on a daily basis?
Isn't that a long story?
Yes, I imagine it is.
And we have a theater to go to.
In about
Yes, instead of shaming me for my mistakes, let's go listen to some music. I sure hope that your friend Ozzy is as good as you say he is.
I'm just making sure I'm not linked up to anything.
Oh, don't worry, Sprite. If you are, I'm sure that you'll find a way to get out of it since you're just so smart.
All right.
I am glad that is settled. I think. I am
Lead the way, catnip.
head tilt.
Shall we add that to the list of nicknames?
Quick question. How how's the guard presence look like?
Around this house or in this district?
This district and then the city overall.
There's almost no guard presence in the Burns. There is a. You'll run into a guard patrol every 10 or so minutes in the Diamond District, and you can't walk 40 feet without being line of sight with a guard patrol in the Avelian District. The Avelian District is very, very well patrolled, and a lot of the patrols don't appear to be regular town guard. They do not appear to be coalition soldiers either. A lot of them appear to be retired knights, retired mercenaries. This innermost district seems to have a lot of personal payment for their guards.
Very cool, very cool. Does it seem like we're being watched at all?
Make a perception check.
14.
I mean, once you left the gated, garden area of the front of the mayor's house, it didn't seem like anyone was paying you any extra attention.
Okay.
So we have at least some time for the music parts. I don't know what we want to do.
Well, do you have tickets?
Just blanks.
You don't have tickets.
Tickets.
Well, I'm assuming since this is a more well-renowned place what's the word? I'm blanking on English right now. A more well-renowned concert hall that I would assume that you would need a ticket to attend. As there's probably a limited amount of space.
Then we should
Or am I
go.
mistaken? Is that not something they do here in this country?
I do
what?
not know.
All right. Well, Jesse, how about you just show us where the place is, and we'll see how much it costs.
All right,
Guinevere,
I will be.
Go ahead.
Oh, I just start leading them.
Okay. Guinevere, you would have, even before you got to this city, you would have heard tale of the Trillion. It is one of the most renowned concert halls.
And that is why Finnevier is low-key very excited to attend this, because it sounds like it'd be a lot of fun. But he's not going to openly say that. No.
Yes, must keep up appearances. As you arrive, you can see that there's already a line about 30 or so people ahead of you. And they do seem to be walking up and getting tickets. One of the things that is interesting is there isn't anybody just like walking up with a ticket and walking in. It seems as if this is very much a place that their performances are first come, first serve. There does not appear to be any reserving of tickets. The only people you do see walk in through the door are most of them fairly well dressed, but all of them carrying an instrument of some kind and wearing what appears to be a platinum, all of them wearing one thing in common, which is a platinum necklace with 3 what appear to be gold wreaths at the as the jewel of the necklace.
Oh, Jawazi just stands in line.
I'm going to join Jawazi in line. But also, do I recognize the necklaces, like with the gold wreath, at all?
That's a sign that you have become a recognized performer of the Trillion. That means that you have gone on stage, you have done what you need to do to be considered a Trillion authenticated performer. You have earned your wreath.
So it's what you're saying is they're trillionaires.
Yes. Actually, that is the name in here. I just really it didn't hit me when I wrote it. There's these times when you write something and it's not until someone else says it back to you that
you're like, hold on, wait.
Yeah. So, finger guns.
Yes. As you all wait in line, once you're about halfway up to the front, Jawazi, you see a familiar face quickly dart in through the front door.
The closest thing to a smile anyone's ever seen Jawazi had. That's all. It's just like a little bit of a lighter, unemotional face.
Make a perception check.
Uh-oh.
Also, Stygian, since you were keeping an eye out... No, Jawazi. And Stygian, since you were looking to see if anyone was watching you, you can also make one.
Okay. As I'm looking around, I'm just gonna rub my forearm and just say to the group, "Seems like a lovely place for a date, you guys. Think we'll meet anyone here?"
I hope not.
I would be quite surprised if I met my
18. Stygian, you see a blonde-haired, thin-featured, um, elven man, mid middle ages with purple eyes, just looks at Jawazi for a split second. There's a big grin and then goes inside.
Does he notice me watching him?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't break eye contact if he looks over towards me.
Okay, you make eye contact with him. Make a charisma saving throw.
15.
15. It's just a fail. My God, is he hot?
Damn.
He is. Until he walks in through the doorway and you no longer can see him, there is nothing you want more in this world than him.
Wow.
And then it instantly goes away.
Huh.
You don't even realize really that it happened. And more so, you didn't see him do anything. Also, as you all make it to about second in line, I need to pull up a set of references I had on my phone. You all watch as a woman with long silvery purple hair with these yellow cat-like eyes with the same cat-like slits that run down the center of them. These faint, almost ethereal tattoos that move across above her eye, across her nose, under her eyes, in this beautiful dress with a large ruby necklace, a almost magical beauty that seems to surround her walks up, and you see her put her hand on Stygian's shoulder, and you just hear her go, "Well, Stygian, it's been so long, old friend. What a beautiful night it would be for a date, don't you think?"
Oh my gosh. You're here? I thought you were back home.
I really needed a vacation and away from all of the politics, so I came here. Who would have thought we would run into each other? It's what a... Oh, I'm being so rude. And she turns to the rest of you all.
Do I recognize Miss Daria?
Does Stygian seem off?
Make an insight check.
How do you spell that? And do I recognize her?
Make a history check. Fenivir.
Can I play? My rolls are back, guys. My rolls are back.
You're rubbing off on me. Get away. We
I'll
can't
move
have
out.
the same
I'll
roll.
move out. Oh my god, one of us has to change.
One of us is-
By the way, at one point,
something in our out of character for you all to see.
you're so quiet, Baron.
I hate this. I really do sometimes. I really do. Am I still super quiet?
Yes.
What
You-
about now?
Have him turned up?
Yeah, I have him at 200%, and everybody else is at like 70.
Have you tried adjusting the mic?
Yes, I have moved the mic closer by a whole foot now.
How far is it from your mouth?
About a foot.
About.
Have you tried
Getting up
putting
the
it
ruler.
in your
No.
mouth?
Have you
No,
tried?
because when I had it any closer than this, the stream can pick up every breath I make, even if it doesn't show it on the. Even if it doesn't
Every
show it
move
being
you
picked up
make.
by the stream mixer.
By the way, at one point, Sprite pulled out a teeny tiny protractor, or like a thing, and seemed to be measuring the angle at which Jalwazi's mouth turned up when he smiled. And then he pulls out a tiny book and writes 7 degrees. Wow.
Actually, it was 6.9 degrees.
I'm sorry.
Math
I
is
was
a
just
little
surrounded.
off.
It was difficult. It was like a bit far away. I was trying to eye it a little bit.
That is just that bad math.
Vinegar, you do
You
not
can
recognize
round
this
to the
person.
nearest whole number.
And Sprite, Stygian seems genuinely happy to see this person.
Well, I didn't expect for you all to meet them this soon, but this is one of my friends from home.
Oh, one more person will be joining us, by the way. Another family friend. After this whole business with the war has finally come to what seems like a peace, we're just so happy to be able to come back down here and see this area again. I know Aiden is extremely happy to be back.
I'm sure he is. Back at home.
And almost on cue, you see the only way that I can truly describe it, and I will have a picture to show you Atara Jordan, as you would not know this reference, and Shin won't be able to see it because Shin, yes. Very ruggedly Thancred. Human
Yep.
with
Lost.
a human in sailor's clothing, sailor's attire, with light armor, short hair, this very just rugged charm about him. Walks up.
You don't have a weakness for Thancred.
Thancred simps, put your hands up.
But he approaches. Well, hello there. I'm late. I'm so sorry. Walks up and gives Stygian this massive hug.
I will return it.
Stygian, you feel a familiar, almost like Morse code like language that you were taught very early on, just tapped on your shoulder for eyes. That's all it says. This person gives a very large theatrical bow to the rest of you, reaching out to almost reaching out first to Finavir to shake your hand.
I'll take his hand. I'll shake.
It's a very genteel shake for such a rugged person, following almost every one of the social rules that you grew up with, Finavir, to a T.
I don't know if I'll be cursed by my previous insight roll, but like, can Sprite tell? Like, does it look like this person recognizes Finavir?
Oh, very much so. He actually, as he shakes Finavir's hand, he goes, "Master LaRue, I am sorry to interrupt your night. I am," and it's just that he's very, very formal about it. Like he is.
Oh, there's no need to be so formal here. We are all on vacation, are we not? And you've come to enjoy this show as well?
Well, we actually were not coming for this show. We were going to go to the Lace and watch some special performance going there, but Mystaria here, out of the corner of her eye, saw Stygian, and we just couldn't help but come by and join. Please, we would, since we're crashing your vacation night, and you don't, most of you don't even know us, and I know that this has to be very, very rude, us just intruding. Let us pay for your entry, and let's see if we can't get good seats tonight.
You're too kind.
On a
It's quite
scale,
kind of you.
on a scale from like Atara to Finavir, how bougie do these two look?
Why am I?
No. Okay.
Why am I zero?
Jordan, look at Atara. You literally said I want the plainest, most commoner clothing ever, like just plain tunic in dulled browns. That's what you said when I. Okay.
Yeah. So on a scale from Atara to Finavir, how bougie do these two look?
Mysteria is dressed in a way that, honestly, is probably bougier than Finavir.
Mystaria, she's a 12 on the scale.
Mystaria's skin almost seems to look like a starry night sky. The dress that she wears complements it perfectly, and there is though you can, if you look closely, you can tell that the clothing probably does not cost as much as what Finavir wears. The way she handles herself as if she was royalty. She holds herself to a certain standard, though you can see that facade cracks a little bit with Stygian and with Aiden. Aiden is very clean, he is very well kept, but he is by no standards wearing fine clothing. He is wearing functional clothing that is clean, well kept. There's a very sharp look to him, but there's nothing like extremely fancy, except he also wears a small ruby necklace, but it is mostly hidden under his shirt.
I don't know if I'm smart enough to be able to feel if there's anything magical about those necklaces.
You can make an Arcana check.
I don't have any Arcana.
Those are really pretty necklaces.
They're both wearing necklaces, right?
Yes.
Matching?
Yes. You would know what those are. They
Yeah,
are similar to something you wear.
Yeah. And I just see Sprite eyeing them, right?
Yeah. Sprite's giving them an eye.
They're just for decoration, Sprite.
Just curious.
About how far away? You said we were only like one or two people away from the
you've
front, right?
actually, there are some impatient people because during this conversation that's been going on, the two people in front of you have paid, and the person at the ticket booth is just waiting.
Well, we will have time after the show to get to know each other. Why don't we make our way in?
6 players, right? Including Egamond?
Yes.
Mhm.
So I need to do some quick maths in my head.
Can I be smuggled in?
Yeah, can we
no,
just
they've
put
seen
Sprite
you
in someone's
talking.
pocket?
They've seen you talking.
Damn it! I should have kept quiet.
They haven't seen me.
You're kind of big.
That's like
That would
not,
be
here.
funny,
not
though.
12 inches tall like Sprite.
I
I think
know.
they'll notice you.
They haven't seen me talk. This is our pet cat.
This is our familiar Jazzy.
Yeah.
I know
She
he's
wants
a
a
little bit
familiar
big,
now.
but like he's not a real person, so you could just let him in, right? We don't have to pay for him.
Did you just call Tabaxi not real people?
Oh,
Or are you calling
I-
sorcerers not real people?
No. You mistake me. I called Jawazi specifically. I'm kidding. I love him. Listen, he's my icebox. Okay? Inside joke.
In the corner of the screen, I hope you know there is Jawazi will remember this.
As you approach the ticketer, Mysteria walks up. 9 for a table of our own and close to the front, please. Ticketer looks down at what appears to be like a seating chart and goes, we do have 2 tables left. Well, that will be 450 gold. Mysteria reaches into her pocket, pulls out what appears to be reaches down to a purse on her side and pulls out what appears to be 450 gold and platinum and just lays it on the table. The tickets are handed out to you. The tickets are made out of a very fine material and almost seem to have a slight enchantment to them that shows the night of which the tickets are good for.
Thank you, Miss Tharia, for your kindness.
It's quite. Thank you. It is extraordinarily kind to do this.
I am just happy to. Any friends of Stygian are friends of mine. Now, Aiden walks up and opens the door and motions for everyone to enter.
Jawazi enters.
As you walk inside, you are met by a lavish entrance hall where there appear to be about 40 other people waiting inside for the doors to open. You see there are tapestries that are hung from rods in the ceiling, tall marble archways that lead into the front doors. These massive wooden doors with gold and platinum laid engravings in all kinds of different languages.
I do not think I've ever been in that place, so. What is the word?
Yachty.
It's pretty accurate.
You see about 10 ushers waiting at the door, all of them dressed in a uniform, black and silver attire. Long black pants with a black shirt and silver vest over top that all have the emblem in gold that show the three wreaths over their right breast area. And standing in the middle of them is a man in a very long coat with a top hat, a cane, and just a perfect three-piece suit. And he seems to be giving them instructions and telling them what they need to be doing. He is a Goliath.
My ride is currently mute.
Yes.
I'm gonna fly over to Stygian's shoulder.
Hang on, sorry, I forgot my pet, and I snapped my fingers.
Here on your shoulder.
As you do that,
Yes.
Mystaria looks. Oh, they can. They can sit on my shoulder if they would like. I'd love to meet them. Very interesting. I've not met many fey creatures.
Perfect. And I just shimmy my shoulders.
I will sit on Mystaria's shoulder, I suppose.
As you sit on Mystaria's shoulders, there's this pulse you feel inside of you, and it's that feeling that you get when you start to read emotions, but Sprite, make a charisma saving throw.
Oh my god. Is this a charm thing? Do I get advantage?
We'll say yes for this. 19.
A 19.
Alright. With a 19, the feeling subsides, but, Sprite, you can feel an immense amount of magical energy coming from Mystaria.
Can I don't know if this is a bad decision, but can I try to read the alignment?
You can't read anything from Mystaria.
I figured. It's always the interesting ones that have their minds blocked. Looking at you, Stygian.
Yep. Don't worry, it's blocked for me too.
It is quite nice to meet you, my lady. If there's anything you need, please let me know.
Quietly, she turns her head and she goes, "You don't have to play any acts with me. I know you are no one's familiar."
Oh, but it's more fun to play this way, isn't it?
By the way, if you must know, the emotions I'm feeling right now are just quite excited. I've heard the shows here are to die for.
Seeing old friends tends to bring up excitement too, doesn't it?
Oh, yes. After a moment, there's a loud banging sound, and the individual in the three-piece suit pipes up. "Well, everyone, welcome to the Trillion. Tonight's show will be one of a special sort, as we will have three performers who have already gained their wreaths, and one who has not. And we wish all of them the best of luck." You see the crowd around you a lot of them appear to be regulars, and they all begin to do this like very quiet like golf clap. Now, see an usher who will lead you to your proper tables, show them your tickets, and may a night filled with wonder and magic begin. And as he says that, the doors swing open, and you see a beautiful performing hall with what appears to be a bar and kitchen area in the very back. You see several more ushers appear. Music starts to fill around you, and the first thing is, oh, and our first performer tonight has already begun. Please take your seats.
Yeah, we'll head to where our seats are.
As you start making your way in, an usher approaches you and goes, "May I see your tickets, please?"
Here you go.
Yeah, I'll present my ticket.
Yep.
We have tickets, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
We do.
Okay.
As
Yeah.
you
I just wasn't sure if Mystaria was gonna do one of those things where it's like, oh no, I forgot to have tickets for you.
As you show you your tickets, you see a little arcane image appears and shows almost the same seating chart with one table glowing. And the usher leads you to your table.
As we're walking, I'll lean over to Mystaria and I'll say, I'm not quite too familiar with fancy shows and all that. This isn't one of those shows that we're in a potential splash zone or anything, right? You know, the type that you need prestidigitation to get the stains out of your coat?
No, those kinds of shows would not be had here.
Just making sure.
You see on stage right now is an elven female who is accompanied by a small band, and they seem to be playing.
On the way down, I'm gonna be scanning, like just watching the audience. Like Atara's more interested in the people at the show than the show itself. Just kind of scanning the crowd.
I'm gonna take a seat next to Aiden.
Alright.
Would anybody like a drink? I think I might get around.
Oh, count me in.
I'll take a drink.
Would be lovely.
I am fine, thank you.
Are there any other, like, whispers I can hear? Like, people speaking, or does everyone else seem to be silent?
People seem to be very quietly speaking.
Nothing I can pick up on?
Make a perception check.
That's not perception, that's nature. Can I?
It just seems to be a quiet murmur among the crowd.
Saving throws? Good. Any checks? No. Have any of you been to any?
Oh, I was just gonna say that I'm gonna take a seat beside Mystaria. Sorry,
Have any of you been to one of the shows like this before, perhaps?
I don't think I've ever been to a show.
Well, I've never been to one here, but I think we're in for a treat.
I think only one of us is a local.
I just mean, like...
Normally, I listen to music in inns. That's where I met Solalas.
I mean, if you ask me, music should be free for everybody to listen to, but I understand not everyone sees it that way.
Has anyone ever heard of this place before?
Yes, I've heard some things about it. You know what I'm really interested in, and Finnegar's gonna kind of lean in and look at Mysteria and Aiden and be like, "So, how do you know Stygian? Stygian? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna get it right first try one day."
I will also pick up on this and turn to them and just say, "Yeah, how do you know Stygian?" Looking at both of them.
We went to school together.
What school did you go to? You see, I myself, as you know, I'm from the Accord as well. Maybe I know. I've heard of it.
I'm sure you have. It is the most prestigious school in the Accord.
What's the most prestigious school in the Accord, Baron?
One moment. It is
A government-run one.
School of Hard Knocks.
the Lytherian College. It is the largest mage and otherwise college in all of the Accord, and it is also home to, though secretly you would know, it is also where many recruits for elite positions are found.
Ah, Lytherian College, then. It's quite interesting.
Yes, I was studying my magic there, and we met them.
Yeah. We met then.
Well, that sounds interesting.
What? Hold on. Are there vibes of Stygian just not knowing these people, actually?
Make an insight check.
Eventually I'll make a check that means something. It's not going to be now, though. It's not going to be, what is this?
Like, let me just throw you a bone here. I know these people, spoiler alert.
Stygian does seem to know these people quite well.
Okay,
Yeah, I was just throwing you a bone there.
Yeah, please. I can use some bones. I seem to have lost my bones.
I see.
So, would you say that you're boneless?
Yes. Yes. I'm a boneless pizza right now. Anyway.
Well, I'm sure you guys are all curious about my friends, so feel free to ask any questions, no matter how deep and personal you'd like, and I'm sure they'll answer you in some way.
You seem very willing to have your friends answer all of the questions, Stygian.
You're right,
Yeah.
that is weird. And it's weird that I'm having you guys start. And I'll turn to Aiden. What age did you become a lieutenant?
Aiden looks at you. I believe I was 17.
Thank you for confirming a suspicion I had. And Stygian will go back to his drink.
When Stygian said lieutenant, do I know what he's referring to specifically?
This time, no.
Oh, things are heating up.
All of a sudden, the music begins to change as the same elven woman begins to play something a little more upbeat as everyone finds their tables.
Sour please in the chat.
I was like, that's loud. That's loud.
Okay, that's a much more tolerable level.
I mean, having it so loud that you can barely hear each other is more realistic, though. You have to do the lean in, and you're like, "Did you hear that?"
Sorry, what?
Atara again is just going to turn around and look at the rest of the crowd because she is very out of place and kind of just confused and unsettled. So I think she's kind of looking to the rest of the crowd to see, you know, how people are acting, if anything seems out of place.
Make a perception check.
Oh, okay. $19.
19. People just really seem to be enjoying it.
I was going to just sit back and try to enjoy it too, in whatever way that looks like. And she literally just crosses her arms and just kicks back a little bit.
No. You
Oh,
said something
excuse
about drinks.
Yes, and you do see there are waiters that are slowly milling about the groups.
Could you guys get me something strong? I just need to run to the restroom.
Of course. And Finevere will motion to the nearest waiter.
Do you need my help, sir?
Stygian just like turns around and sees you. Excuse me.
Need my help in the bathroom?
No.
Sprite bats their eyelashes.
This is
Hand
weird.
on chin.
And I just start walking away.
Suffering.
You need help
Good
in the
son.
bathroom?
There is, as you
Like
make
you
your way,
realize.
as you make your way to the washroom, it's very nice. And as you enter, Another performer takes the stage. A human man.
What are we listening to?
Sounds like a druid cover of Hey There, Delilah.
It is actually.
Except it's... Oh, God.
I don't know why I find that so funny.
Hey man, when you have to deal with royalty-free music, there's only so much you got.
Oh!
I'm just excited to see what happens when the boy gets up there.
I feel like I'm being aged.
Tara's just gonna like lean into Jawas and be like,
so short, that's so sad.
Is this the one that we're watching for?
No, he is a blonde half elf.
Oh.
Quite. He's quite noticeable.
Okay.
Is there anyone in the bathroom with me?
Yes, there's a man standing in the corner with what appears to be a tray in his hands and towels.
I will approach him.
Alright.
Are there mirrors in here?
There are.
So, is your job here to help me out? I already had a friend offer.
My job here, sir, is to offer you towels and complimentary mints when you leave.
And make sure you don't do drugs in there.
Yeah.
Do you, remember what I look like?
Yes, sir.
I hand over 100 gold. Do you remember what I look like?
No, sir.
Could I get some privacy?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And I will just wait for him to leave.
He steps outside the door.
As soon as the door closes, Stygian will begin hyperventilating while he stares at himself in the mirror.
Make a wisdom save.
$19.
19. With a 19, you slowly get flashes to a younger you. As you're staring into the mirror, you see Mystaria and Aiden beside you. You see a few others, maybe 10 or so, but their faces are hard to make out, and you just hear in the background, "We thank you for your sacrifice to the nation. Prepare to rewrite them." And then your eyes flutter open again and you're just staring at yourself in a mirror.
I recognize the voice.
Make a history check.
18.
18. You do. You recognize the voice of Rickiar.
I see. Stygian will just take a moment to calm himself, take a deep breath, and he'll punch the mirror repeatedly and then leave.
Make a strength check. Hang on.
Oh no.
Bam, bam. Shattering sounds. You take 3 points of slashing damage,
Alright.
and the door opens, and you see that gentleman, and he looks at you and he goes, I believe your gold has bought its time. And you see
I
he
believe
has
so,
a small handheld broom in his hands.
Thank you. And I will just head back to the table.
All right. As you head back to the table, you see the
Can I
room-
stop and usher?
Yeah.
Hi, I can't seem to find my seat. I still have my ticket, though.
Looks like- that will be no problem. What can we do? May I see it?
Yeah, and if he pulls up the seating chart again, does it match the one at the ticket booth?
It does.
Okay. There's no seats on there that weren't marked?
No.
Okay. After he opens it, I just walk back to the table. I don't even wait.
Mm-hmm. As you make it back to the table, you see that man in the very nice suit has stepped up on stage, and he goes, well, it's time for what you all have been truly waiting for. Our newest performer. This young man has been waiting quite a while to be able to perform with us. And it seems like tonight is his chance. And as he motions, you see that same elvish man that you saw before, Stygian, but Jawazi, you instantly recognize Sylvanas. And he sends a little wink in your direction.
Just a slow, just gentle nod, and like maybe a little bit of a hand wave.
Now, let's see if he has the makings of one of the Trillion. And he begins to play. The music begins to fill the air as images appear. You can see people running. You can see these shadowy figures raising swords and chasing them. And you can tell that this is a song that is trying to encapsulate the feeling of one of the great battles from long ago. As he continues to play, all of you notice the entire area becomes silent. People enraptured in his music. You all see Stygian arrives back at the table.
Oh, hi, Stig.
Hello.
Did I get a chance to order drinks?
Yes.
Have
Drinks,
they arrived?
food. Yes. Drinks will have arrived. If you wish to have dinner here, the dinner is part of your fee that was paid.
Of course I'm gonna eat here.
Or never says no to
Food's
free
actually
food.
good.
Jawazi is literally swaying with Zach.
Here's their drink, Stygian. And Finnevere's gonna push the drink that he ordered for Stygian over to him.
Thank you.
Do I notice anything off about him?
Yes, I grab it with my hand that is still bleeding and just begin to drink.
You know, it's not very good etiquette to bleed all over a table in an establishment such as this, Stygian.
Yeah, these seats are 450 gold. I'm sure they can afford vinegar and hot soapy water.
Nastaria has a genuine, look of concern on her face, and she reaches over and waves her hand, and you see the blood vanishes. And Stygian, you regain 10 HP. As she just lightly places her hand on yours.
Thank you.
As the song comes to an end, another one begins.
Hey Sprite, do you want to hear a secret of this performance?
Oh, I always love secrets.
Stare him in the eyes.
Do I feel suspicious about this request?
Yes. Up to you. Depending on how brave you're feeling.
Oh, well, if it's a challenge, I have no reason to refuse. I'm gonna stare him in his eyes if he looks me in the eyes.
Make a charisma saving throw with advantage.
An 18.
An 18. As you look into his eyes, you feel this presence wash over you, but only momentarily.
I see. Charming. Charming fellow, isn't he? Charming. Charming fellow, isn't he?
Baron,
Quite the look in his eyes.
Yes.
on a scale to the best performance that I've heard and the worst performance I've ever heard, where's this sitting at?
Let's say a 8.
Is that out of 10? Okay.
Out of 100. In my standards. Where is it sitting?
12.
He's wonderful.
In my standards, it's a perfect 5 out of 7.
In my standards. I have a taste for Fae music, which is clearly the far superior music.
odd part is there do seem to be Fey influences in his music.
I'm listening. Literally.
It becomes quiet for a moment. He seems to relax a little bit, but does not move his hands from his instrument. As he begins to play what would be one of his last pieces. This one almost starting to fill everyone with this wanderlust. Very different from what you felt so far, but also almost a longing in the sound as well as he plays. And you see images of himself traveling with different groups of people. But one that he lingers on just a little bit longer than the rest. You see him sitting at a fire with two tabaxi-like figures. And as quickly as it came to this scene, it switches to another one. Him traveling alone underneath a beautiful starry sky. Him passing through cities and towns, meeting all forms of people, but every once in a while he almost seems to think back to that fire. You see the people around you are on the edge of their seats just listening, just some with their eyes closed as if imagining it themselves, others watching the entire display. You feel almost closer to this performer without even knowing them. As if they're telling you a story of some of their most intimate memories. Bringing some memories back to you all of your travels, of people that are important to you. It's surreal because you swear when you look up into the images, you see some of your own memories just temporarily, and the music slowly fades. He stands up and bows, and you could hear a pin drop at the silence. And then a roar of applause fills the entire concert hall. People are standing, some people you see crying. As that happens, you see the gentleman walks up on stage, brushing a single tear from his eyes, he goes, "Well, that was a beautiful performance, and now we shall find out if you have earned your wreaths. Everyone at their tables will see that in the center there's a card. For each person there, simply write yes or no. An usher will be around to collect them soon."
He's not actually saying it. Shawazi just has this like minor thought of, if you write no on him, you write no. That's shit coming through.
I wish I knew that the standard for the musicians who play here.
Well, nobody danced, so
You're right.
yeah,
I
nobody
don't
was
really
dancing.
think that's not what you do here. You simply listen and enjoy. Nobody dances here to the music.
Well, that sounds boring.
I
am
like
used to guy
you.
that dance a fight.
I especially like you. Sprite is tempted to see what Mystaria writes.
Mystaria just writes yes very quickly. So does Aiden.
Sprite will write yes as well.
You don't even need to ask, Baron.
Guinevere
He
keeps
writes no
hemming
on
and
this.
hawing like it's a big decision.
So dramatic.
By the way, throughout the entire performance, Atara's been more focused on the meal.
He's definitely not the worst that I've heard, and Guinevere will write yes.
It is not what I expected, to be honest. His normal stuff from a few years ago was quite different.
Oh, and I would just how different?
Faster. Music I never heard before.
Did it have the same vibes?
It was beautiful. I still have not heard music that I would rate against it.
Stygian, what do you write?
I don't vote. I leave mine blank.
Mm-hmm. Sprite?
I said yes.
Mm-hmm. An usher comes by, takes up all of the, takes your card and goes through, and you see ushers grabbing them from all the other tables.
One of the ushers goes, "What? Who said no?"
No. You see them take them up to the gentleman. He quickly goes through them. And with a big grin on his face, he goes, "Well, with not a single no in the entire house." He waves his hands and a little bit of magic sparks, and as it does, you see these golden wreaths appear in his hand, this necklace. And he turns around.
Atara's just like, "What? I said no."
Yeah, they didn't care. Gotta make
They
it
picked
feel
up
good.
Atara's card sitting in front of Atara and pocketed it. It wasn't even in a pile.
Looked at the card and ripped it.
Looked at the card, looked at who wrote on the card, just tossed it aside.
Says nobody was dancing on the bottom.
Turns around and hands Sylvanas his wreaths. And he takes them, a little teary-eyed, but a big grin on his face. Does another large theatrical bow and makes his way off stage. The final performer of the night steps up, and you see a quite young halfling begins to play. Sylvanas makes a beeline towards your table. Walks up
Hello there.
and just wraps Jawazi in a massive hug.
Be careful with that. It is great to see you again, but I'm not the best person to hug any. Sad to say. He's just hugging basically a block of ice.
Sylvanas waves a hand and a little bit of magic appears and he just continues hugging you. Jawazi, it has been so long. Can't believe I ran into you here of all places.
And luck is fortunate. I'm sorry that we have not crossed paths. Come sit.
He grabs a spare chair from a table nearby and just slides it right up beside Jawazi. Who are your friends? Please introduce me.
Yes, he pulls out his little notebook so he can make sure. So we have Argument, Celerus Knight. We have Atara, who is quite interesting. We have Finavir here, Laru, I believe.
Yes,
Can't do-
Finavila at your service.
I forgot to write your last name down. I apologize. And we have Sprite and Stygian and his two friends, Mystaria and Eden.
They both give a nod. And I am Sylvanas. It is so wonderful to meet any friends of Jawazi's. I hope you enjoyed the music. I hope I was able to touch something inside of you with it. It has always been my goal.
Performance did invoke memories, however, it's a touchy subject for me. So I decided to abstain from your vote. Apologies.
That is more than fair.
You
You have some quite interesting inspirations for your music, it seems.
Yes, I have traveled all over, met many different people, many different artists, and I have come to know so many different ways to create music.
have to say I would have expected your and I guess that is more of a in-style music, right?
Yes,
That you used to play.
I cannot do my classic, I call it iron music.
Squints up my face.
Squinty eyes. Out of
Iron.
character squinty eyes.
Iron.
Some might call it metal.
He is. I can only imagine how better it is.
That sounds heavy.
Quite.
Have you ever heard
very emotional?
Sorry, I didn't even properly shake his hand to say hello.
He reaches
Sprite.
out with his gloved hand to shake yours.
Have you ever heard
I never
people
get
do
anything
like
bad.
mandolin covers of metal songs. It's amazing.
Is that what he normally plays?
Yes.
This is a
Basically,
good question. I love that.
his
Oh,
normal
my
stuff is like high energy, like quick strumming
mosh.
metal cover.
Atara gonna mosh.
Sprite just squinted up his face at Iron because he's a fae.
Yes,
Your surroundings.
but I was lucky to be in town. Lucky to have a reason to come up, and lucky to decide to chat to see who would be performing. It is very great to see you again.
Likewise, old friend, likewise.
I am honestly quite surprised. I don't know that you remember that night at the campfire was such inspiring.
A night that I will never forget.
I mean, I would be surprised. My mother threatened to. I cannot even remember what all you said she was going to do to you if you even tried anything.
Atara's eyebrows just go up. Like, she was kind of not paying attention for the most part, kind of like going between, listening in, scanning the audience, and like just eating. Then Atara just perks up, goes, no. Points at
She said that out loud.
Points at Sylvanas. No.
What?
No.
What? I do not understand. What is the issue?
Sylvanas does the eye wiggle back at you.
Woo!
No. I mean, I know one thing. That's. Wow.
What
I
vibes
do
am
not-
I getting off of? Sorry. What vibes am I getting off of Sylvanas?
Make an
Like-
insight check.
Since I can't
not-
use my spur fun things. People in their gloves.
Wow, they know better than to offer a hand to a fae.
No, he
Without-
plays an instrument. He has to take care of his
True.
hands. Well, it's not hard to see that Sylvanas is giving very lovey-dovey googly eyes towards Jawazi.
Yeah, on the surface.
But I am honest. It is just really. I am glad that I could be here today.
Well, all I can say is there's no place I'd rather be right now. So, after you broke my heart and wouldn't go on the open road with me, did you find yourself a new man?
Atara, again, just eating popcorn, does like the, like the soap opera gasp.
I broke your heart. I told you that.
It's a figure of speech, darling.
I would not want. Mm. I told you that we would eventually meet again, right? Mm. I'm sorry that it's so long. Yeah. Been through something.
No, it is okay. You don't have to explain to me. I understand. When someone travels, especially with someone that close to them, there's not. I would never want to keep you apart. But tell me, how is your lovely mother?
I do not. We've been separated for some time. Only a few months after we. I have not seen anything of her or heard anything. So
Sylvanas takes a minute and looks at you and just kind of reads your expressions and just gives you another big hug and goes, "Oh, Jawazi, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bring up something that would cause you pain."
no, it is fine. I truly do not know where she is. Separated up the mountain.
There's a moment of recognition, and then just Sylvanas goes back to his normal demeanor. Well, hopefully you all can be reunited one day.
That would be nice. But are you? I'm guessing you have a nice room already up in this district.
I do. You could always come by if you'd like.
And I know. I know. Yesterday, Vinavira wished to stay in it, but they did not let us up into the district until today.
Yes, it was quite rude. We had to stay in a less than ideal place.
I do not know.
Honestly, I think staying in a place that expensive is probably the less than ideal thing.
The Ambrosia Skull was honestly nice. Me and mother stayed there. Also my father apparently stayed there multiple times.
And I thought it was nice. I got free breakfast.
I mean, now that I have
What?
my laurels, you all could stay a night at the Velvet Lace, and you would be my guests.
What sort of vibes am I? Okay, well, these are different vibes, but what sort of vibes did I get off of the Jawazi? You could stay in my room. You
know
come
exactly
visit me.
What you got.
I was just making sure.
You also
Hey,
see that
hey,
there's
hey,
a line of younger, mid-20s and some a little older men and women starting to form behind Sylvanas, all trying to get his attention, but he's just, "Oh, thank you very much for your kindness," and simple pleasantries, but brushing them all off.
I mean, Jawazi, you'd love to stay with your friend, wouldn't you?
I mean, it would be close to old times. I would say not to be spending more time with a friend that I haven't seen. It's been 3 or 4 years. But only if you are okay with that. I would not want to impose. Sylvanas being like the I'm going to take you to bed, Jawasi. I don't want to impose or anything.
The music has
I mean,
seemed to come to an end, by the way. People are still eating, drinking. It seems to be a time of people mingling now, just... And some more... And some music that that most of you would be more accustomed to starts playing, just something to fill the air. Eventually.
Now this is real music. You know, whoever's playing this should get their rings or whatever's.
Right, well, if you'd prefer, Sylvanas, I mean, I'd hate to interrupt on your catching up with, Jawozi.
Vanas, I thought you might want to know, your friend Jawazi got these interesting earmuffs you might want to try tonight.
Why would earmuff? Those earmuffs are for like cold weather. I don't.
It would make it more enjoyable, I think.
Right, do people seem to be, like, filtering out?
No, people are mingling and drinking, eating. Just generally enjoying their time.
Well, Sprite will order another drink.
With your drink, there's an assortment of pastries that are also brought to each table.
And I'm still just. You talk so much about doing this, and here you are.
We've got so much to catch up on.
How does Mystaria look and Aiden as well?
They seem to be enjoying themselves and just overall pleasantly enjoying the company. Make an insight check.
Maybe one day I'll make an insight check that's above a 10.
Not today.
But it's not
Not
today.
today.
Why? What is this? I'm cursed. My curse is back. Can roll charisma saving throws, and that's it. So loud in my ear.
Nope. I have a piper on my lap, and he keeps going to make bread or steal my pencil. He can't quite decide what he wants to do.
For reference, the Piper is a cat.
Stop.
So, the rest of the night is for you all to do as you wish. Ask any questions you might have. Do whatever. It's about 8 p.m.
What was the original reason we decided we needed to come to this? Was it just for Jawazi?
It was just
Yeah.
for Jawazi.
Okay.
I mean, Finavir secretly really wanted to check it out, but
Wazzy was literally like, "You guys don't have to come if you want, but I'm going to this." Which, in the short time you've known him, that was the first time he ever really put his foot down.
What, the week that we've known him?
Hey, Finavir.
yes. What is it?
What does Rikiar mean to you?
Piper is making it difficult to look at my notes. 1 sec. Well, he is the Archmage of Revelation.
Aside from face value.
It doesn't mean much more to that. To me, at least.
And you too. I'll say, motioning over to Aiden and Mystaria.
He was an instructor, if I remember correctly. Aiden looks up. Yes, he's one of the leaders of the Accord. Quite ass of a man, but that might be stepping too far.
Yeah. If you remember correctly.
And why wouldn't they remember correctly?
I mean, it was some time ago.
Yeah. I'm sure it was a long time ago, you know. A lot of things get said between others from, these important individuals, you know? A lot of information, Finavir. You could probably forget someone thanking you for your sacrifice. Isn't that right?
Stygian, they both give you this look of, tread carefully.
Oh. Do I pick up on this look?
They don't really hide that one that well.
Oh. And what did you sacrifice, Stygian?
Hell if I know. Hell if I know, Finavir.
Baron,
Mm-hmm.
when he says this, could I say that it finally clicks in? What he is? Who he is?
I mean, it's possible. That would explain a lot of things. But typically, none of those people would be would it be this easy or this quick to know what they are.
He's still on my watch list.
Oh, I also almost forgot to return this. And I will just hand the pebble to Mystaria. From the path that I see before me, I'm not so certain that this This will be a useful message to leave.
She takes it. And with a wave of her hand, it just kind of vanishes. Well, I fear it must be time for us to retire. We are staying at the Velvet Lace. If you all are there later, though, feel free to call for us. But it has been so great meeting all of you, and Stygian, it has been so good to see you again.
I'll give your shoulder back up now, my lady.
She just kind
It
of
was a
gives
pleasure
you a nod.
to see you.
Aiden sticks his hand out to shake everyone's one by one.
Does he have a glove?
Huh? No.
Bright would like to cast Vibe Check.
I would like to vibe check.
Just like Stygian and Mystaria, they do not appear to be able to be...
Why?
Vibe check.
Everyone! Everyone interesting refuses to touch me.
I will give both of them a hug before I go.
Give each of them a hug, and Mystaria gives you a light kiss on the cheek and a tight hug, and gives a bit of a curtsy to the rest of you all. You watch as they leave.
Are you sure, Celeste, that I do not know if you truly prefer having people over, so many people over on the night of your big performance.
Repeat that, sorry?
I do not know if you want to have so many people over on the night of your big performance.
Oh, it would be no problem at all.
I will gladly spend the time.
Well, if you all would like to retire to the Velvet Lace, we can.
I'd be fine with that.
Maybe you can show them an example of your iron.
I would love to.
And an example. Squints.
My music, my personal genre.
Alright.
There issue with the word iron that I do not know?
Maybe one day you'll know.
I'm sure we could run out and get some so we can find out sooner.
It's quite alright.
And you call me the mysterious one.
What now?
Well, shall we retire?
If everyone else feels like it. No
I
food
would
here,
love-
right?
I would love to join you.
And if you're just being like, yes, please, take me.
Please. This is so far. This
Let
has been
me
the
into
best
the
day.
rich place.
So far, this has been great. I've had good food. I've had good drink. I've heard good music. And now you're telling me I can have a good bed? Chef's kiss.
As you are let out, and people almost seem a little disappointed that Sylvanas is leaving, but he begins to lead you up the road, just about a 5-minute walk, and you see the large marble pillars and the silk tapestries that can be found on the outside of the velvet lace. As he leads you inside, he shows his wreath, his new necklace, to the person at the front, almost like a matron. They nod. Right this way, sir, and lead you all inside. There's a table that you're led to. Sylvanas steps away for a moment and says something, and after a few minutes, drinks and 6 keys are brought to everyone.
We each get our own room.
I don't think Sprite needs an entire room to themselves.
I would like an entire room to myself. I like to spread out my wings.
I love the aesthetic of just laying on a pillow, because the pillow's like a giant pillow, just being like, this is my domain now, and just has the entire room. Only needs the pillow, but it's all Sprite.
Lays in the direct middle of the bed.
I think that I can speak for all of us when I say that we really appreciate you putting us up for the night.
Is it costing you much?
No, this is complimentary.
No, that is good.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll be retiring out to my room then. See you all tomorrow.
Not gonna hit the bar at the lace.
I'll probably stop by the bar in a bit, but I don't know, something about room service also seems interesting. Is there a bar here?
Yeah.
Oh.
Stocked with the finest alcohol.
Save me a seat then.
Mm-hmm.
Atar is visibly confused. Just kind of says, so they brought us over here and we sat down. We didn't even get to pick our table. This place sucks.
You can sit wherever you'd like.
Oh, damn.
This was just them trying to give you
Was it?
full service.
I thought it was like a please wait to be seated scenario.
Sure, there's no issue with you asking for, I don't know, breakfast at this time of hour, Finavir, at one of these establishments.
Why would I need to ask for breakfast right now?
I don't know, you seem the type to have a very weird,
Are you still upset about me ordering a shepherd's pie for breakfast this morning?
I might be. I'll be honest, I might be.
I don't understand why, though. I honestly, please try to explain what is so wrong when
Okay.
you look. Okay, no. When
I can explain.
It just seemed much more appetizing than whatever they were trying to serve for breakfast. It's not because I don't like breakfast food. It's not because I like shepherd's pie and I like eat for breakfast. It's just because it seemed just much more appetizing than what they were trying to serve.
Yeah. So, with my job, I had a couple of temp positions, and one of them was actually a cook at an inn. And it gave me the understanding that they tend to cook things in large batches, so that way it's much more efficient and less time consuming to serve everyone. However, asking for dinner at breakfast time would cause you to have to prepare dinner ingredients at the hours of breakfast, causing an entire hiccup within the production. It's very inconvenient to those working.
And I paid for it.
Yes, of course. You paid for it. So
I
it's
did.
deserved.
And also from the sounds of it sounded like my breakfast was fresh, where the rest of yours were not. Even
Not
if I
fresh
did not
enough for
end
you
up
to eat it.
eating it.
Guarantee you those eggs were very fresh.
They were quite tasty.
Pretty sure I
Yes.
saw a bird out back.
Yes.
Yeah, the bodo. Bodo.
I'm just giant purple eggs. Giant purple eggs. Ostrich-sized
What
purple
is
eggs.
wrong with
Because do you want? You know,
Out of
if you want
character.
it, I can. Oh,
This is out of character. I would like to say me saying giant purple ostrich eggs is not in character. I'm sorry if I upset you by ordering what I wanted this morning.
It's okay, I forgive you.
I mean, I wasn't really looking for your forgiveness. It was more of a sarcasm. You know, never.
Yeah, but you're the one that was out here apologizing.
I think I'm going to also head to my room.
I think I'm going to get, how do the kids say it these days, sloshed.
You have fun with that. And Finnevir's gonna stand up and head to his room.
Can I put a request at the bar?
Mm-hmm.
Can I request a shepherd's pie be delivered to Finnevir's room?
Yes.
Thank you.
He's never gonna be able to live this down.
Tara's
Shepherd's
gonna.
pie and something.
Sorry. Tara's just gonna stand up and goes, "Yeah, I'm tired." Gets up, orders a bottle of wine from the bar, and takes it to her room.
Alright.
And guess today has been an exhausting day for everyone.
Oh, I'm sure it has. We could get, if you wanted, we could get drinks. You could come up and we can reminisce up in my room.
I don't know about drinking, but I would enjoy reminiscing, yes.
Stands up. I'll lead the way.
And poor oblivious idiot Jawazi follows.
Everyone, when you see your rooms, there is a massive king-sized bed in each one. The softest beds you have ever been in, except for maybe Finavir. Each room comes with its own hot tub-sized bath. Room service is part of the deal. There are robes there that are complimentary. There are towels. There are Each room has a beautiful view over the city.
Is there a balcony?
There is.
Perfect. I will go out onto the balcony, and we're
Scream.
just so I remember. Huh?
No, continue.
We're doing revised Ranger, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because the stuff that imported, some of the stuff was like normal Ranger, and I was like, wait, or like different from the UA revised Ranger. But can I try to attune on this balcony? Can I try to attune my senses to the outside world to determine if any Fae are within 5 miles?
Yes, you can. You sit down and you begin to reach your senses out. And it takes a moment, but within 5 miles, you do not sense any Fae presence other than yourself.
Every single time I do it, there's like a pang, and there's like a headache pang from the senses just going, there's a Fae right there, it's right there. All right, with that settled, I will join Stygian in the bar.
All right. Stygian, how sloshed are you getting?
I'm gonna start slow, and then as it gets later, I'll work my way to the higher shelf.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I'll start with, like, beers to start.
Sprite will probably still join you at the beer phase. And Sprite wants to get sloshed as well.
Alright. Stygian Sprite, roll me a D100.
Just one of us?
Both of you.
Oh. Is this how many bandits are about to walk in?
Yes. Sprite just says...
How is there 100 numbers, and somehow I still roll a fucking 9?
You've been rolling
There's
so many
100 numbers to choose from, and I roll a 9!
Too bad the Mighty Nine's already taken.
Hey, at least you're consistent.
You're consistent but obnoxious. Wait, that's...
Obnoxious yet consistent.
Yeah.
Sprite. As your night is coming to an end and you carry yourself up to your bedroom, you pass out on the bed and you are racked by visions, nightmares of what happened to you long ago. And this overwhelming sense of just dread fills you as
We'd like to walk with me, walk.
you hear a familiar voice. Sindarin, one of the last things he said to you when it all happened. Well, I always knew that you were worth less than dirt. To think you would do something like this does not surprise me. What a disappointment. You see an angry and shocked face of Scorpia as you're being hauled away. And then you fall into this deep nothing. No dreams, no nightmares. Just nothing. Stitching.
Yep.
As you begin to fall into this drunken haze, do you attempt to trance tonight?
Yeah.
As you begin your trance, you can't help but relive the memories you saw in that mirror. And that voice of Rikiya just, thank you for your service. Thank you for your sacrifice. And there's something in the background you just hear. A voice, a familiar voice, but you can't pin it down, and you just hear, this is barbaric. You can't keep doing this to them. Stop. But you don't know who the voice comes from. You each
Oh god.
get a night's rest, though some less restful than others.
Wait,
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't sure if you were done or not,
I am.
but before I go to bed,
Mm-hmm.
I picked up a letter
Mm-hmm.
with the Imperial Magai's seal on it in session 0.
Mm-hmm.
Now that I am finally alone, I would like to inspect the letter, make sure it's not magic-y before I open it.
You mean the letter you found in the treasure chest?
Yes.
Okay, that one was not from the Imperial Magi. That was from the Vizier of the Wisterian.
Oh,
House.
was it?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, well, either way, I want to open it now.
As you open it, there doesn't appear to be any magic on it. Seems to be a very simple letter. Make an investigation check. 15. You're only able to understand bits and pieces of the letter because it almost seems like there's a bit of a code to it. But it does mention the Imperial Magi, and there are mentions of trying to keep this peace going, but it's hard to... The encryption's just a little too hard for you to be able to make out much of it.
Frustrated. I will take a bath before I go to sleep, but then I'll go to sleep.
Mm-hmm. Take a rosewater bath. It's wonderful.
Ah, finally. Some comfort.
As all of the advances go unnoticed, Jawazi will eventually retire to his own room, I'm guessing.
Like, Jawazi doesn't entirely not notice, but he's just like, he doesn't really get it. Like, he has a crush. He had a crush on this boy, 100%. Right now, he's just like, you know, like, wait. Here, I'll put it in terms you understand, Baron. He's pulling to you.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Fuck
Oh
you.
no!
Oh no.
No, fuck all of you.
Oh.
But
He's gonna have to say it directly. It doesn't matter how many signs.
Jawazi does, like, open up and just talk about pretty much anything, though.
Mhm. It's a
And
fun- Mhm.
if he tries to be like, oh no, you should stay in my room, Jawazi will be like, I mean, if you think it is okay. But he's cold. Very cold.
Earmuffs.
This is why they wanted Jawazi to have the earmuffs.
Yeah, and Jawazi doesn't understand that.
Poor dumb child. He doesn't push it. He sees that you are not exactly catching on, but it's a good night. It's been a long time since you've seen Sylvanas, and he's genuinely happy to catch up with you. But everyone may take a long rest. Hit that long rest button on your sheets. Jawazi, you wake up to a letter under your door.
I will read it.
Jawazi, I don't think you quite picked up on what I was trying to say. I was hoping that we might have a visit that was a little more than friends. But I do have other arrangements in another city, and I had to leave first thing in the morning. I hope we see each other again. Love, Sylvanas.
Oh. Well, that is a little disappointing. And he just walks down, looking normal.
The day is yours. What would you like to do?
How good were the pillows at this hotel?
Heavenly.
Cool, I'm stealing one.
Okay.
I'm just putting it in my backpack.
You may
Who
add
steals a
one.
fucking pillow?
Were there slippers?
Yeah, whatever amenities there are, I'm
Yes,
stealing
there
them
are
too.
Slippers. There are.
Actually, wait, are
Roll
those
soap.
little soaps that
Yes,
are like,
there
yeah,
are
the
little
soaps,
soaps,
the soaps. Yes, I'm taking soap!
It's a rainy day today. You steal everything that the common tourist would steal.
Yes.
And then some.
I steal a towel.
Benevere takes nothing. He doesn't even think to take anything.
Take one of the, like, decorative wall hangings.
What?
You may-
Hold on! This is
Wait,
getting to the point where you can't just, like...
Wait, this is theft.
Benevere walks up, he's like, yeah, that was a good night rest. I hope I can stay here again.
you
Walks
may
out,
add a
sees
painting
Atari
worth
with like a
100
fucking
gold
hand,
to your
like
inventory.
armful.
We're gonna
of
get
stuff.
blacklisted
Like,
from, like, every hotel.
Jordan, you're pulling a divinity. You just walked in and you're like, this painting will go for a lot. Puts it in pocket.
It's like, whatever doesn't look like it would, like, completely look out of place if it's missing immediately. I'm just like, money.
A small marble statue. Let's just say that. It's a little statuette that sat on a table.
Oh, by the way, again, this morning, I meant for this to be something I do regularly. Again, this morning. Any Fae?
Yes. Just on the edge of your range. In the southernmost part of the city.
What direction are they heading?
They don't seem to be moving right now.
Can I, like, estimate exactly how far? Well, it's 5 miles. That's
About 2 miles. Actually. Just inside of the burns, you would suspect. And they don't seem to move the entire time the duration is up. Actually, you're pretty sure it's really close to the, really close to the Baylor's Bounty General Store. You all did pass that on your way through.
Baylor's. How do you spell that? I don't know why my brain is.
ILER''. Never mind, wrong Baylor.
We're still looking for these kids, right, guys?
I believe that is our job.
Oh, right, kids.
Does anyone have any leads?
No, but I think I want to check out the general store.
Why?
Want to grab some, like, see if I can grab some fruit for the road.
We can get free fruit here.
I just never trust it when it's from a fancy place, you know? They're always trying to treat it with something new. Always trying to, like, modify it.
Generally, they buy the best stock and leave the worst for everyone else.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah, that gross thing where they, like...
better.
Alright. I just... There's something near the general store I want to check out. But I don't know how long it'll be there.
You mind telling us what we're getting into? Or...
Potential friend? Potential weirdo? Potential nothing? Potential enemy?
That's not very specific.
It's because I don't have a lot of specifics.
And how do you know that they're there?
Because I can sense it in my blood. My highly tuned senses are very used to picking up on certain things.
Like what?
Things like me. You see, there's a certain bullshit quota you have to meet, and then you just tip off my radar. And there's something tipping off my radar near the Baylor's general store.
Yeah, well, if we're talking about bullshit, you know, there's plenty here with these reasons you want to go. But whatever.
Can I go up to the front desk?
Yeah, there's a human, older gentleman standing behind the desk.
I was wondering if either you had a service or you would know of a service to have a letter delivered to someone.
If you know
or
where
a
the
message.
letter is going, then we can send it.
It would be to Savalas.
know where he is right now or where he is going?
I do not. I'm sorry.
There's not a whole lot we can do. You could leave the letter here, and if he returns, which, since he got his wreaths, I'm sure he will.
Left a letter for me saying that he had to head out early today. Just wished to respond. Thank you. Just walks off.
Did they have the fresh fruit Jawazi that Sprite needed?
Oh, I can take the fruit. Was asking if they could have a message sent.
Oh.
But it is hard to send a message without a destination in mind.
Not always.
Well, do we have any idea where we are going?
I think we're going to the Baylor's
Oh, yes.
mugging
I know
alley.
where that is. It is a interesting choice, but I can take us there, yes.
Sprite, you sure your friend's still there?
It would take me a minute to figure out.
Okay.
Can I meditate while on someone's shoulder?
Yeah, I'll just require a concentration check.
Would it be easier if Sprite was like in a carriage type object being carried around?
Are you gonna make like one of those like baby
Oh my
harnesses for the
God,
front
yeah,
of your
yeah.
chest?
I
Oh
pull
god,
out,
no,
I mean,
the papoose!
I
I
thought
pull
you
out
were...
an empty lantern and open the
There
onto
we
it.
go.
Come on. You wanna ride?
Wait, are you making me into a fairy in a jar? This is what this is turning into.
Seems more like a prison.
Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna go in there and you're not gonna let me out until you lose all your lives. And then suddenly I'll be free just to revive you.
Could be worse. You could be, you know.
What children's story is that from?
Legend of Zegend.
Yes. That one.
Do you go near the lantern?
Just because Sprite thinks it's funny, Sprite will.
It is made of iron.
How rude.
I do not. I am confused.
Can I tell it's iron, or do I have to touch it and be cruelly betrayed by my friend?
Stygian tells you it's iron before you touch it if you don't know.
Oh, okay. Sprite will go, actually, lantern.
Yeah. Let's just go there and then check whenever we get there.
Yeah, you could always ask if you know anything about Fae and iron.
Oh,
But it's more fun to.
I'm actually quite well educated.
Would you rather
It's more
Sprite?
fun to torture Sprite.
Natara just like holds open just a big pocket where I keep the ferret.
The ferret sticks its head out.
I
I
pull
don't know
out
if
the
those are
ferret
all-
like by the scruff and just hold open the pocket again.
I mean, traditionally, you want to like introduce your pets from a distance for about 2 weeks before you do like direct meeting face to face. But sure, I'll get in the pocket.
And I just put the ferret on my shoulder.
The ferret lays across your shoulders like a scarf.
Oh well. Tara's got priorities.
I
Ferret
would like
comes
to-
first.
I would like to hand Sprite some jerky. This is in case the ferret tries to eat you, by the way. I don't. That thing, it looks a little weird. I don't know how they work, so.
Mostly it just bites.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Sprite's head could fit in its mouth.
Well, I'm not putting it in the ferret pocket while Sprite's in there.
Should I make a concentration check?
With advantage.
Nice.
Like giving the ferret the best seat.
It really is true that the only thing I can roll are saving throws.
Until you can't.
No, don't say that.
Yeah,
Hey.
they still haven't moved at all.
Remember how you cursed our first stream?
We
Vengeance.
don't talk about that. It's fine.
I thought it was funny.
First stream. We never had a first stream. We've always started on
It's funny because there's a lot of it, but it's just like 53 seconds long, I think. For like 9 minutes or something.
Well, I guess the ferret pocket has been repurposed into the multi-purpose Fey ferret hole.
Multi-purpose favorite.
But Fae Fair Hole's so close to Fae Folio.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Huh? Oh.
It's the multi-purpose fabric tunnel. I kind of imagine it's like just a hoodie pocket, you know, where it's just one big tube.
This is one big tube. He's just like laying in it.
Yeah.
That's how they'll smuggle me.
As we head into the burns, I'm just gonna keep an eye out, especially on my own possessions.
I think I'm also gonna do some. I'm just gonna be watching out for different groups of people. You know, making
Mostly.
sure no one's following us.
I'm also gonna pull my shield out.
All right. As you enter the burns, I'm going to do a quick, like, 10-minute or so break. Use the bathroom and see if I can't work on the audio a little bit, as it seems I am quite quiet.
Hey.
So, we will be taking a short intermission here. Everyone do what you need to do. I want to go ahead and thank Miles.
Say it.
I lost it. It's not showing up for me anymore. Daddy's Tinder something.
Daddy's Tinder
Tinder's girl.
Daddy's Tinder girl. Great Scott and Look a Diversion for following. And we will be back in about 10 minutes. So see you then.
I just got Scott's username.
Yeah, my socks are fully off.
I only have toe socks.
Well, stream, I'm happy that you were able to come back to hear that.
Oh no. Oh no.
Wait, which part
Just
did
a
Stream come back on?
just
I
a
need
casual
clarification.
conversation that Finavir is not wearing socks.
No. Let's be clear. Finavir wears socks.
Finavir
Right, is
100% needs to wear socks. Me, no.
But Fenivir, did you bring your culottes?
I'm sorry. My what?
Cool, what?
It was like it's a very fancy piece of French clothing from revolutionary times.
See, I don't know anything about that.
Oh, kind of like a
Probably
fedora.
And basically, during the revolution, there was a group of people called the sans culottes, and everyone thought they were crazy because they didn't wear 1/8 of the pants.
Capris.
Pretty much.
Jesus. All right.
Oh.
So, you all have made your way to the edge of the burns. Many of you have intelligently decided to keep an eye on your personal belongings and your surroundings. Those of you who would like to do so, go ahead and make me a perception check.
Alrighty. 20.
14. 3.
Okay.
After the last time, Benivir's keeping a watchful eye out for small children trying to run into him.
Finavir, you see the most disgusting looking alleyway you have ever seen in your life, and it just captivates you at how dirty something can actually be.
I'm half tempted to sit here and prestidigitation it away.
You're not sure that even your magic could pierce this level of filth.
Disgusting.
But no one seems to bother you all as you go on your way. Sprite, for the entire 10 minutes, that Fey signature never moves.
I don't like that. I don't like that one bit.
And as you get close, you can see the Baylor's bounty ahead of you. You realize that the signature isn't coming from directly ahead of you. It's coming from ahead and down.
They have a basement.
How would you know that?
Well, because unless there is a Fae burrowed into the ground, which I guess there are Fae that can do that. But unless there is a Fae that has been chilling underneath this place, sitting still for about an hour, they have to be somewhere.
Sprite, you're just covered in fur.
Presto me. Presto me,
Shed.
magic man.
Finavir, still in shock of how disgusting that alley he saw earlier, sees Sprite covered in hair and probably maybe like a little bit of slobber. Who knows? And he just immediately snaps and and cleans Sprite up.
Thank you. Honestly, my clothes probably could have used a wash.
Jesus.
Well, let's see if we see anything.
As you enter the Baylor's Bounty, it is a fairly small shop. There is a door leading behind at the back of a counter. You see a older dwarven man sitting at the counter. You see there's some wares, some general supplies and stuff on the wall behind him and in a case in front of him. But other than that, nothing really here.
I am certain the face signature was below this area.
Yes.
Has he gotten a full look at us yet? I was gonna do something before we went in.
He
I
doesn't
didn't
really
mention it.
seem to look up when you guys open the door.
I'm gonna try to be not noticed.
Make a stealth check.
You want to go back in the pocket?
I'll go back in the pocket.
Do you just crawl back in the pocket?
Yeah, I'll just crawl back in the pocket.
Alright, you can roll with advantage. This is to stay quiet. Alright. Sprite disappears into the pocket. As you all enter, eventually the dwarf looks up. What can I do for you?
I don't have message or anything like that.
That is
Damn it!
a great question.
Browsing.
I don't know, my friend asked me to come here.
Does anyone here have the criminal, urchin, or...
Tara has urchin.
Okay. Or, smuggler backgrounds? Guessing it's only Atara?
Yep.
Atara, make a perception check with advantage. Everyone else can, except for Sprite, can make one at disadvantage.
Oh.
Poor Fidavir.
He's just still thinking about that alleyway.
Holy shit. Okay. Agamemnon has the biggest, seems to pay attention to Stygian the most, right? Is that what you guys would say, Stygian and Sprite?
It was Atara that has, and
Yes,
Atara's the one
but-
with the favorite pocket.
Yes. Agamemnon, though, who would you guys say that Agamemnon seemed to be the most interested in the party? Because he is still with
Chan,
you,
you keep
so...
breathing heavily into your mic.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, it's intentional.
Trying to hold back myself from laughing my ass off.
Probably
I'm pretty
Stygian,
sure
I
it's
think.
me. Yeah.
Alright.
He's just too hot, you know?
Too sus.
It doesn't help. Agamemnon also helped you guys look around. With disadvantage, still rolled a 19. But the bonus that he provides Stygian is a 1. 14 is not quite high enough.
Yes.
Atara,
Yes.
you know the underbellies of many large cities. You know what you're looking out for, and you can very clearly see, essentially, in not really thieves' can't, but in like hidden markings along the walls and on the front of this building, that this is a front for a black market entrance. And the door leading directly behind the counter has a marking. And you also were able to make out that it says that above the door, it just simply says, state you are a friend and enter the sanctum.
I was just gonna walk up and go, "Alright, friend, I'd like you into the sanctum, please."
He looks at you, eyes you up and down a little bit. looks at Agamemnon. Keep your friend and under control down there, and we won't have to cause any scenes. And
Oh, don't worry. He'll be on a short leash.
he throws what appears to be like a cloak at Agamemnon, and seemingly wanting him to cover up his regalia. And because Truth is such a team player, he will do it.
Wait, cover up your costume, boy.
Agamemnon grumbles but puts it on. Actually, he refuses and he says he'll wait outside like he did at the knoll.
Probably a good point.
But the dwarf motions and the door to the right glows a little bit and opens, and you see a stairway leading down.
Well, let's hope you've got what I'm looking for. And Atara walks in.
Hey, if there's anywhere to get info, we found it.
I assume that there is good fortune down there, correct?
Quite so.
I see. And I will follow down.
Mm-hmm. As you enter down, you begin to hear sounds of people milling around and talking, a hustle and bustle. And underneath this area, you see about a 800-foot wide and long room of just stalls. You see vendors and all assortment of people down here.
Do I feel like I could peek my little eyes out without being suspicious?
You think you're pretty well hidden, so it's very possible.
Any signs of a
There's all
Fey
kinds
vendor?
of magical creatures down here.
Fey vendor or a Fey vendor?
There are all sorts of people down here. Nothing you can make out exactly at the moment. There's just so many different. There's a lot of people down here moving around, and there's a lot of vendors. You'll probably have to just take some time investigating.
While we're walking around, can I just look around and see what there is? Like, what is being sold?
There are magical creatures. There are exotic weapons. There are scrolls, tomes. There are goods smuggled from the Wisterian Isles and from the Accord. There are trophies of battles and stolen artwork, stolen documents. There is all sorts of things. You even see someone who claims to be selling dragon pieces, but nobody seems to be paying that person any mind. They seem to be. You're pretty sure that one of the things they're selling as a dragon egg was the same egg your friends were eating this morning. Or the morning before.
Hey, Atara, this is the perfect place to sell your marble statue.
I was actually about to ask.
Yeah.
Is there anything that looks like a buyer? Like,
Oh, yeah.
they're willing to buy as well?
There's one person in particular that you can see is very much being very vocal about the fact that they are willing to buy and sell, no questions asked.
Atara's just gonna walk up to them and just put the marbles. Like, Atara opens her clearly much larger than normal backpack and just plops the statue down. That I assume, everyone had the exact same statue in their hotel rooms.
Mm-hmm.
Atara just went, how much?
Well, this we could very much use as a... Ooh, quite fine, quite fine. How about 300 gold?
Yeah.
He hands you 300 gold and sets it on a table. Immediately sets a price sign in front of it, and the price says 1,000 gold.
Atara does not care. That was free money. Atara just walks on.
I'm gonna go take a look at the documents for sale. If anyone wants to join me.
I will join you.
Figured.
Finnevier raises an eyebrow.
I'm not interested in it splitting up in that place. Probably not a good idea.
Just a word of advice, don't buy any of the Regency marks. They're usually worth nothing. No one cares about a document that says you're the long-lost heir of some throne nobody's heard of.
Unfortunately, the documents I'm looking for, it's questionable whether they have them or not.
What kind of documents are you looking for, Stygian?
Useful ones, of course, Finnevier. And I will walk up to the person selling them.
Alright.
Unless it's multiple
There's
vendors.
a couple people. Some of them appear to be... what kind of documents are you looking for? What area
Government
of the world
documents.
might you want?
My home.
There is a man who is dressed in actually accord-like clothing, and he has a wide array of documents. Some you see even bear marks of the Magi houses.
Are there any of them for Ricky R's household?
Make an investigation check.
11.
11. You look around and there's nothing for Ricky R, but you do see something for Sigisfold.
Did they let me look at the documents before purchasing?
No.
By the way, I'm keeping a close eye on what Stygian is looking at.
Wow. How did you come across this one? And I'll just place my hand on the Sigisfold document.
I do not tell how I get these things. You simply buy them or you don't.
From how long ago?
Nearly 30 years.
Nearly 30 years. I would like to... He has like a table that he has it spread out on, right?
Yeah.
I would like to tap in code how much.
He looks at you. Looks real close. And what class did you come from?
I'll be honest, sir. I don't know.
He raises an eyebrow. I see. 120 gold.
How about I offer you 100 gold, and I'll read your fortune.
Make a persuasion check.
Dad.
That was the wrong die. 110 gold and a fortune.
Deal.
Alright.
This, I don't know if this is awkward for you, but I reach into my pouch and I just start dumping out gems on the table.
These are fine.
Okay. My friend might be interested in something you have as well, so I'll read your fortune after your business is concluded.
Does he have any personal documents, like identification?
Make an investigation check.
17.
17. He does. He has 2 sets of identifying documents for 2 what would appear to be rogue or former Reichschreider agents. One of them simply says T. Hartstrom.
Do I recognize that?
Well, the Imperial Magi's last name is Hartstrom.
I'm gonna point to that one. How much for that?
Do I see this?
I mean, I would assume that you do. You're standing right there.
Finavir.
Yes.
I actually know what that document, I'll tell you.
Oh. Is that so?
But if you want to buy it, by all means.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want to take away the chance for someone to make a little bit of money, but considering that I can get the information for free, and Finavir is gonna look at the vendor, maybe we can cut the deal.
I will warn you. Every person who has held that document before me was found in an alleyway missing most of their body parts.
And it
Were they
seems
found
I'll be
that
doing
way?
you of a favor.
Were they found that way here?
Yes, that's how I procured it.
Yeah.
I didn't do it. It was someone else, but...
Oh, I'm sure I know the responsible party.
Baron, would I know what, like, Would I know what this kind of documentation would go for normally in this setting? Or have, like, any inkling of any idea?
Normally, a couple, anywhere from, like, 500 gold to a couple thousand gold. It really depends on if the seller knows how important this document is. And how important
I'll
of a
give you
person it
50
is.
gold pieces. Infinity will give him the biggest smile. I'll take it off your hands for you.
How about the 150 gold pieces and I don't call your mama and tell her where you've been traveling?
Finnfear's gonna laugh a little bit. You think my mother doesn't know where I am. That's cute.
No, but I'm sure there's a lot of people here who would like to know that royalty, he says very loudly.
Finnevere is gonna lean in closer and I am going to cast suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
As I'm speaking, and the spell is gonna revolve around quiet in this sentence. I suggest that you stay quiet and focus on our business deal. I'll give you 100 gold pieces and you keep your mouth shut and never speak of this meeting.
His eyes kind of lull a little bit and he's that sounds fine. And he just like picks up the document and hands it to you.
I will hand him the 100 gold pieces. Pleasure doing business with you, sir. I do believe you are in due for a reading, though. And I will kind of take a couple steps back and pocket the documentation.
Well, that did not really go how I envisioned, but are you ready for your reading?
I am. Make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Not you.
Welcome back. We're in the black market.
I'm
Again?
waiting outside because I figured that's not somewhere Agamemnon would want to be caught.
Exactly.
While I begin to shuffle cards, I'll just look at them. So, you were aware of whose documentation that was, right?
He looks at you for a second and he goes, no. And his eyes go really blank for a second. I think I did. I do.
Would you like me to jog your memory?
He just kind of looks at you. And then you see him like bend over a little bit and hold his head. No, I'm not allowed.
Are you okay?
After a moment, he looks back up at you with his normal expression. I'm fine. What? Are we not ready for the reading yet?
Yeah. Yeah, right on it. Okay, just sit right there and don't do what you just did.
Okay. now you can make a wisdom saving throw if you were actually trying to read his fortune.
Yep. I told him his fortune, but I'm just reading his past.
One moment. You pull upright the Five of Cups. Typically symbolic of failures, disappointments, regret. And then you look down at the card and your vision leaves you yet again. And you're pulled and you see the same man in a very familiar uniform. That of the castigation. And he looks down, and in front of him is a fairly young initiate. And you just hear from the background, "Well, finish him already. We do not tolerate weakness here." And he looks down and he extends a wand and he looks over his shoulder and you can't see the figure. And as he does, he turns the wand and points it at the figure, and then everything goes dark as you watch him get hit with this black ray and crumple to the ground. And as his eyes start to close and his vision leaves him, you watch as simply the figure steps forward and just whispers a word to the young initiate on the ground and goes, "Death." And you watch as that figure crumples.
I see.
And your vision returns to you.
Well, I completed my reading. Thank you for the information. And I just began to step away from the table.
He looks at you. "Oi, what's the card mean?"
I turn to him and just say, "Castigation."
As you say that, you see him bend over and hold his head again. I don't. And he just kind of like stumbles back a little bit. "Why, you're a real shit fortune teller, you know that?"
Seems like I hit the nail on the head.
"What are you talking about? You pulled a card and told me nothing."
You're right, but you told me everything I needed.
Sprite.
Also,
Oh,
those
go ahead.
documents you sold, they belong to someone very important to this nation. You should probably not talk about the fact that you sold it.
I don't talk about anything I sell.
Well, if it gets back to me, I'll make sure that they know.
Sprite. As you're peeking out of the pocket of Atara and you all are walking around, you notice that there is a vendor who has many creatures of different origins in cages that he seems to be selling. And in the very back, you see what appears to be a young treant.
Do you get here?
What'd you say, sorry?
What other, like, magical creatures are for sale?
You see a crag cat. You see a wyvern.
Cat.
You see some small bipedal frog creatures. You see a slod. You see a griffin.
What's a slot again?
A bipedal lizard.
Yeah, basically a chaos frog.
Chaos frog.
And you see a merfolk.
A full merfolk?
Yep, in a tank of water.
Is it proper aquarium? No. Just kidding, obviously it's not, but...
Actually, it's pretty well maintained.
What?
Can't-
Is the tank cycle?
Yeah, is it cycled?
Magic cycle.
No. But you do see that they are currently, what appears to be one of the people who works for this vendor is conjuring water, and water is emptying and he's refilling it.
Fish mom, how do you feel about this?
Horrible.
Hmm.
There's no removal of ammonia. It's not getting processed into less toxic nitrates and nitrites. Like, constant water changes, you're just removing the beneficial bacteria at that point.
Mistreatment. Mistreatment.
I think that's the least of their worries.
Just get some Fritz Turbo Start in there, it'll be good to go.
You do see that there is a man currently there who seems to be purchasing several of the more magical creatures.
Does this person look interested in the treant?
Yes, the treant actually already has a sign on it that says sold. And there is, what you do notice is it simply says, it does also say that it's to be shipped to the Accord.
That tree's dead.
Not dead yet. That tree's going to be used for scientific research for the betterment of all the people under the banner of the Magi.
Don't give me that.
Ara just looks very deadpan. Like, she's not surprised, she's not shocked, she's not disappointed, she's just kind of there.
Atari,
And she's just browsing.
feel something, though, just momentarily. It's not your anger, but you do feel anger.
Me?
No, Atara.
Oh.
You think in response, Atara just kind of gets an annoyed scowl. Just like, what the fuck?
What was your stealth check again?
22.
You can roll skill checks.
That's the first one I rolled. It's like anything acceptable.
After a moment, you see someone approaches you, Atara, and goes, smaller goblinoid looks up at you. How much you want for your familiar? I'll give you a good price.
Tara's just gonna look down at the goblin and go, how much of a good price?
100 plat right now.
Just considering it.
Somewhere inside the pocket, Sprite shrugs like, not the worst price I've seen. Doesn't say anything, but like, it's not the worst price I've seen.
Right? I
Someone
wouldn't
tried
be
to buy me
mad. I'd be disappointed.
Your weasel.
Someone tried to buy me for 3 Chuck E. Cheese tokens.
Your weasel hisses at or your ferret hisses at a creature in one of the cages as it kind of like licks its lips looking at it.
Tara just bops little shit on the head, then realizes, oh, he's talking about little shit, not Sprite.
No, he's 100% looking at Sprite.
Oh, okay, 1 second.
1 sec, Jordan says, to weigh the scales of my
Right.
destiny.
Yeah, Tara's just, I'll think about it.
It just this like upset sound as they kind of like grudge walk away.
Don't scowl at me. You can't.
I don't know how easily I could speak and have Atara hear it.
I just figured you're gonna like stab Atara through the jacket, so.
Nah, if you don't think Sprite hasn't been sold before, absolutely it's happened like once or twice. Got too drunk, accidentally ended up in a glass bottle, got sold, had to break out.
After a moment, Atara, you are approached by the man who was at that stall.
Or just kind of looks up at him. What?
You look up at him and you see older man, very nice clothing, a thick black beard and very well kept hair. Well, I think that I would be willing to offer quite a deal for this one.
Man seemed to have an accent.
He does. One that you've only really heard from people who are natives to the Accord.
Okay. That includes Fenivir, right?
Fenivir's is a little different. This man holds much more of like a closer to a Germanish accent.
Oh no, you've named a region, now people can judge you for it.
People will judge me one way or another, it's fine.
Fair.
You want to talk about judging? I tried to do French, and it's just slipped into whatever this is.
Listen. Does my character have a voice? No, because I don't have a voice. I fucking try. I either do Dolly Walsh, uppity British, or I do God knows what.
I can't tell if I'm like British or Australian, or it changes by the minute.
Tara's just gonna go, well, I really wasn't coming to sell, but, name your price?
What do you think would be a good price? Like I said, I'm willing to play anything.
another long pause of consideration. Zatara's like, I could just sell Sprite and be done with it.
You feel that
Could be a
pang
lot
of
of money.
anger outside of yourself again.
Is that
Just want a
supposed to
little
be
more-
coming from me? Because it's not coming from me.
No.
Nope.
I imagine Atara's almost getting a headache at this point.
If there's
Just like-
anything that I can do for you, I would happily. I am a very well-connected man.
Do I feel like there's any point in me being in the pocket at this point?
I mean, most people don't seem to notice you. It just seems that there have been a few people with a more keen eye here.
Alright, I don't want all the stirs.
I take it that that one is yours. Natara just kind of gestures at the treant.
Very astute of you. Yes, that one's mine. I would love to add this one to my collection, though. Stygian and Finavir, make a perception check.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking Finivir's seeing nothing. He doesn't have eyes today.
Same here.
An 11's actually good enough. The DC was 10 for this one. Stygian,
damn it.
you become very rigid as you realize your friends are talking to Vidimir Trezevad.
Yep. Yep.
Oh no. Oh. Okay. Too bad I don't notice this.
I'm just gonna begin talking to Finavir. Finavir, how do these familiars work? Like, do I just snap, and then I just kind of begin snapping a little loudly? Or do I like to burn something, or?
No, normally your familiar wouldn't leave your sight. Finavir looks like a little bit confused. Can I kind of try and figure out what Stygian's trying to throw down?
You take a second and you realize that your friends are talking to a very familiar figure. Make a perception check for him. Ooh, spicy.
What does that mean? Maybe snapping does work. But maybe not right now. Snapping is kind of an attention drawer.
In the middle of your conversation for both groups, Atara, you notice first, this man turns around and looks as he hears something, and he goes, "Wait 1 minute, please." And he quickly starts to beeline towards Stygian and Finavir.
No.
I don't have much time, so be quick.
I just begin to rub my jaw.
Atara, might be time
Finavir
for us to get out of
adjusts
here.
his posture completely. Like, normally he has a very prim and proper posture, but you just now realized how relaxed it's been as he adjusts himself to address.
As he leaves, Atara, 2 figures kind of step out of the shadows and walk up and stand right beside you.
I'm gonna need my 6 feet from both of you.
One of them
Like, not
looks
even, like-
up, and you see that they're missing a singular eye, each of them.
Yeah, in the same vein as the eyes from before.
Not quite. This looks more like it was done intentionally and surgically. Finavir, Stygian. You're approached by this figure that you immediately recognize. He goes, Vinavir! Oh, it's so good to see you. So,
Likewise.
what brings you to this portion of the world?
Well, as you know, the borders are now open. I thought I would take a little trip. Explore. I haven't been outside the Accord, as you know. And, of course, I want to experience every part of this country while I can.
He gets this kind of like sly grin on his face and he turns to Stygian. And what about you, Oki? I mean, Stygian.
I'm sure that we both know I can't answer that question. As I'm sure you won't answer mine.
Very short leash on, aren't you? It's fine.
Aren't we all?
And what are you doing here, if I may be so bold to ask?
I'm simply buying research material.
Of course, can never have enough. Anything to help the people, am I right?
Very, very. Well, it was so
Are
very
you,
good to see you.
Have you found your trip here to be safe?
I have. And as he says this, you see approaching from, keeping about 30 feet from each of you, you see two figures on either end of this corridor kind of pop out. Both also missing a singular eye.
Have you been in town long, sir?
No, we traveled here today. And we will be leaving very soon.
I see.
Well, it was good to catch up,
We
but
would.
I must be going. Oh, Stygian. Tell Alexander that I hope he's in just as good spirits as always.
I'm sure he'll return your kindness in full in the future. And I will just nod and smile.
He turns away, and as he does, he goes, It would be a shame if you turned up missing both your eyes, wouldn't it? And he goes back, and you see the figures leave Atara, and about 6 in total come and meet him at his side. And he waves his hand, and you see arcane runes appear. And as they do, you hear a ringing sound. And they vanish, almost seeming to spin into each other.
Sorry, what did he call Stygian?
Obi. O-B-I-E.
Now, that was rather unpleasant, but I must know,
Quite.
Stygian. How do
Yes.
you personally know the Archmaestra of Chronicles, Vidimir? I can't pronounce his last name.
Trevisard.
Trevisard.
Only through what I've had to know at the time. Generally, as you know, the head families like to keep their distance in information.
That we do.
Quite
But
curious that he's here.
It is quite curious.
Quite curious he mentioned Alexander, too.
Chan, you see there's something laying on the ground, kind of shining, where he teleported.
Can I go pick it up?
You can. It's a
I
singular
watch closely.
ruby ring, one that you recognize to have belonged to Malachi. As well as, laying in the dirt, a small silver pin with a ruby at the center of it. One that was worn by Astroza.
Uh-huh. I will just shakily pick them both up and put them into my pocket.
I will message you what you currently have, what they're called.
Yep. And after that, I will return to Finavir.
Who is staring him down.
Finavir, you recognize
Suspiciously.
such artifacts. They are typically things similar to them, and you've noticed a trend among the people that Stygian has met. Things similar to them are given out to, in different forms, to those of the Reichschreider.
I would like to just put on Malachi's ring onto my thumb.
Stygian, I trust that you know what a ring like that means.
Do you know what it means to find them on the floor? Left behind by that man.
Do you know who they belong to?
Yeah. I do.
And that answers all of my questions I have about you.
You all hear a bell start to ring, and someone just yells out, "It's a raid! It's a raid!" Agamemnon. As you're waiting up top, you watch as a complement of 30 coalition soldiers led by the familiar 10 star that you met the day before, the strong, very well built female half orc. And you see they walk right past you and head straight into the building.
I follow them.
As you follow them, the woman turns to you and very quietly goes, "Well, this is shit timing, but go find your friends and take them back up the stairs quickly. There's been another death."
I understand.
Here, we thought we were going to get caught in the middle of it.
And I do exactly that.
thought we were gonna find some info about the fucking kids. Whoops.
So we're aware that they're calling out a raid, right?
Yeah.
Is any? So I assume all the merchants are packing up very hastily.
Actually, a lot of them are using command words, and you watch as their stalls vanish.
Or
Are
it's
any
gonna.
of them unable to?
The person who seemed to be trying to sell dragon pieces does not seem to have an actual stall here. He seems to almost all of his stuff belong to a cart.
At the menagerie store, like all the creatures.
All of
Are they poofing off?
most of the creatures that you had seen him talking about vanished when he teleported. The rest, you see this guy is throwing this like cloak over them, and they vanish as they do.
So the
Okay.
treant is gone.
The treant is gone.
Can I go over to the creatures?
You can.
I was going to regroup with you guys, so
I'm just gonna try to feel where the things disappeared at.
You feel, and you see the broker actually goes, "Here, come," and he holds up one of the cloths, and you see it's quite large, and he was about to drape it over himself.
Oh, thank you. And I will get underneath it.
We're gonna leave Ogben behind. Finnebeer
Guinevere,
will
quickly,
also
come.
get in. Yep. No.
Agamemnon,
get
make a
in.
Tar will
perception
slink
check.
under there.
Love that Jawazi
I'm
just
in
been
the
kind of like left
Jawazi!
alone this entire.
Jawazi!
Huh?
It's just this guy under here, right?
Yep.
Alright,
In the
Jawazi.
face of a crag cat, which is the cage you're currently leaning up against.
I cast
Oh,
whole
I'll see.
person on him.
I was about to pull my fucking bow.
Wow, that is the second NPC natural one in a row.
Atara
Yeah.
like just looks at Stygian, looks at Jawazi, and looks at Finnebeer, pulls Sprite out with one hand, and then like kind of just has like one hand ready to like karate chop the guy's neck, and it's just like, do I do it?
Yeah, do it.
I mean, I was just gonna kill him, you guys.
No, me too.
As
What?
Stygian is preparing another spell, and he's just reaching for him.
We can have all these cool pets.
Is the treant in here?
The treant is not.
Shit. Fuck.
But you all
Probably
do see
shouldn't.
a cage that is also under the same blanket, and you can see that the sign on it read Magic Born Twins.
This guy. Oh.
Fucker bought the.
Mm-hmm.
There's the kids we were looking for. Am I crazy?
Wait, are the kids in there? Or is it just empty?
It's empty now, but you hear him muttering, and he goes, you want to know about the kids? I'll tell you about the kids. I'll tell you who bought them. I'll tell you why I got them. I'll tell you if you want. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die.
You better start talking fast.
It's hard
I
to-
hear
it's hard to
the
talk like
footsteps.
this.
It's hard to talk. Here. Can I tie him up?
You can restrain him.
Yeah, can I like solidly make sure that he's restrained and then say you can probably drop the whole person so you can actually use his mouth? But I will take out my teeny tiny longbow and I will hold it to his goddamn throat.
Agamemnon,
What,
make a
animals are
perception
left?
check, by the way.
And does he have keys?
All of them seem to be magically locked. There is a crag cat, a griffin, and a not Sprite, Agamemnon.
Oh.
There
What?
is
One time I rolled good, I didn't realize.
Agamemnon. Roll a perception check for when you first got down there.
I didn't hear her name.
Nope.
I'd like the whole party to roll a stealth check.
Oh.
Except for Agamemnon.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Natural 20.
I rolled a 9.
The one time you
That's
probably
a
wanted
solid
to fail.
15th.
Agamemnon, when you get down there, you do not see your friends. Actually, you don't see a whole lot of anything.
Just a completely empty space.
Mostly, there's people down there. They all have their hands up, and most of them have this like sly look on their face.
A sly look on their face.
Yeah, like they know they're getting away with something.
I would continue down the room in search of anyone, but I would pull out my sword and shield in case one of them trying to pull something.
Alright. The rest of you have this man bound.
Is it like, are we able to see through the blanket that's over us?
You cannot see out now.
We can't see out?
Nope.
Okay. And no one's announced themselves, right?
You do hear coalition soldiers yelling, "This is a raid, everyone, hands up, hands up." You hear a familiar female voice shouting orders for everyone to get down on their knees.
You better start speaking quick. It's only a matter of time before someone finds us.
Looks at you and he goes, "Oh, okay. So the children... I don't normally do this kind of work, but we didn't actually sell them. They had a benefactor who paid me like nearly 30,000 gold to pretend to sell them to a contact who was going to be smuggling them out of the city."
Did
Who's
you
your
sell it to the
contact?
man with the
Oh, I
black beard?
didn't.
No, I didn't sell it to him. This man was different. He was about 6'4", slightly tan skin, a lot of scars. He wore a mask, but I could see the scars on his arm. He spoke with a Mineran accent. And I can't prove it, but I think it was Representative Tobias.
That's quite the claim you're making.
I know. I'm telling the truth. I swear. I'll swear on anything. You can have I still have a little bit of the gold that he sold on me that he
And I'll
gave me-
just
gave you.
I'll just put my hand on his shoulder. Don't worry about that. I'm taking everything from you. I'm just deciding if your life is included.
When did this transaction happen?
Earlier today, around 8 a.m. The I, please don't kill me. I've told you everything. I take everything, and he hands you all. He pulls out, or he motions towards his pocket because you found him. He goes, "There's a rune in my upper right pocket. If you use it, you can open any of the cages. You can do whatever you want. All of the creatures, as long as you hold that rune, are compelled to listen to you."
Bit of a personal question here. How many Fae have you sold in your life? Where do you get them?
I have a contact with the Fortune's Favored. They run a fake. He gulps for a second. They run a fake safe house for magical creatures, and they just funnel whatever comes there to me. And I sell them. They get 20% off the top.
So, when someone else asks you who bought the children, what are you gonna say?
Looks at you.
Better yet, I have your answer. Vidimir bought the children.
No. Kill me now. I will not turn on him. He will do worse things to my family than murder, than anything you could ever do to me. I will not.
That's your decision. Does anyone have an issue with this?
He starts screaming. Over here, they're going to murder me. I'll confess to everything, over here.
I will quickly grab the rune and start opening the cages.
Alright, you open the cages. Everyone gets to do one thing. Stygian, what do you do?
I want to punch.
All of these fucking cages just opened at once.
All but one of them. All of the ones that were close enough for for Sprite to
I'll
open.
start
All
going.
of the creatures appear to be completely docile, though. They are.
Alright,
Remember the rune.
alright, hear me out. I'm ganking a baby griffin.
How about we don't smuggle magical
It's not
creatures?
smuggling. I'm becoming a pet owner.
Last game he got a pet, but it was too late and way too squishy to take it around. Now he wants to start early.
But as I reach for this griffin, I will look back to him and say, I'd at least advise not mentioning who bought the children then.
He looks just paralyzed with fear at this point. Atara, what are you gonna do?
I'm just gonna punch him in the head.
Make an attack roll.
Looks
Good
like
damage.
sleep.
Just Atara's annoyed. Atara heard news Atara didn't want to hear, and Atara responds with anger.
20.
I mean, Sprite was considering commanding the
Let me look at something real quick.
animals to go batshit crazy. Go crazy, go stupid, and then drop him rune.
You watch as he utters a word, and you see his hands spark a little bit behind his back, and as he does, two arcane shields appear, and you connect, but your fist only seems to hit the shield. And that is 4 damage from his abjuration ward.
You know, I really don't like that.
Anything else, Atara?
Nope.
All
I'm
right,
just gonna punch him in the head.
Jawazi.
The cat's confused. Like, he's just like, are we wanting to be not violent? I don't have anything for that. No, he pulls out the pen, and he's just having it ready to show. In case someone's just like pulls it out and he's just be like, yeah, he had to do anything.
Finevere.
He's going to take the documentation and the letter out of his bag, and he's gonna shove it down his pants. Like, shove it into his underwear.
Alright.
Don't question it.
As you all do these things, you see the cloth gets ripped away, and you see that familiar half-orc woman standing there, and she just mutters under her breath, "Play along, and put the damn pin away."
The pen away.
And you see about 5 coalition soldiers and Agamemnon show up, and they all put their hands on your shoulders, and she goes, "By the power given to me by the Knight Solaris, I put you all under arrest. Now, with me." And she nods to Agamemnon and mutters under her breath, "Take them. Go. Now."
I do actually ask, while saying, I knew there was going to come to this.
And
Which one do I have a hold of currently?
let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's do a d10 divided in half.
What'd you say?
You have your hand on Sprite's shoulder. So your hand is enveloping Sprite.
You're just holding Sprite.
I'm just squishing
Hold the
Sprite in my
entirety of
fist.
Sprite and someone else.
I have Sprite in one fist and my other hand on someone's shoulder.
So the way the rune works, one creature per an action you can command to do something, or you can command it to follow you.
One creature per action.
So essentially you can take
well,
one creature. One creature will follow you.
You gonna give Chan his baby griffin?
I mean, I don't think Sprite knows that Stygian wants a baby griffin is the thing.
I mean, Stygian was talking to the griffin, approached it. Griffin seems docile.
Yep, I was literally grabbing it and then we got busted.
There's the griffin, the crag cat, and what else?
The Slod.
Blood. The salad.
Salad.
See, there's two parts of Sprite's brain. There's the part that's like, oh yeah, take the griffin, and then there's the parts of Sprite's brain that's like, fuck people who imprison magical creatures. You know, the Fae part. The if given the chance, somebody would lock me in a tiny room part.
Make an insight check.
Always order it to run away.
Huh?
Could always
Make
order
an
something to run away.
That. Sprite, make an insight check.
Yeah, well, that's what I was. That was Sprite's intention, was to order everything to run away. A 14.
Stygian, are you trying to hide your intent to want to tame the creature?
To pain the creature?
Tame.
Tame? Yeah, well, I just want a pet. That's really what you're reading. It's like you see a kid who sees a dog at a pet store.
Yeah.
That's the general feel.
How good are griffins as pets?
The Accord has an entire unit that are Griffin Riders. The Solaris Knights, each of the constellations rides a Pegasus.
Okay, I tell the fucking griffin to follow.
Wait, sorry. Did you say each of the Solaris Knights rides a Pegasus?
Each of the constellations, the top tier, the top most powerful of them.
Didn't we watch a guy?
It was a
summon
unicorn.
Pegasus?
It was a unicorn.
Or was it a
Yeah.
Pegasus?
It was a unicorn.
Okay.
I tell the
griffin
fucking
follows.
griffin to follow.
I hope you've got a decent animal handling, Chan.
Of course I don't.
It is wisdom based, if I remember right.
Yeah, it is.
As you were let out,
It's because it's kind of druidy.
You're let outside and you're told to wait for a moment outside, and you see this half-orcish woman appear. I am to be your contact now. My name is Tara. There was another murder at about lunchtime.
Who was it?
Tobias was found dead in his home with the words traitor emblazoned on his wall.
Bias.
Finnebeer's gonna look at Stygian.
Yep, I am looking back.
Well, this is interesting.
And that's where we're going to end the session for tonight.
I do one thing before we end the session.
Yeah.
I hate to drop this so early, but one of Atara's big flaws is that he really doesn't like hearing bad news. She's gonna punch this half-orc.
Roll an attack roll.
Like, Atara just, like, takes a moment, turns around for a second, and just turns around and swings.
Mhm.
Could
24.
Could I attempt something like a roll of initiative?
Make a. What's your passive perception?
11.
What's your passive stealth? Actually, what's your dexterity modifier, Atara?
It is a +2. Sorry, +3.
+3. Make a perception check for me, Agamemnon. You're not
12.
quite able to move in time. You get there, and interpose your shield, but it's just a little too short. But you also notice that as Atara swings, Terra just sidesteps it.
That's one fucking high AC.
One off.
You're fucking kidding. I'm impressed.
27 to hit, Atara?
Yeah, that fucking hits.
Can you imagine if you're like, no, actually, my AC is 28, thank you.
I
We're level
miss being
3.
jaunty sometimes.
Yeah, AC 40?
35.
Plus the shield.
You see as she raises her hand and she turns and she swings back at you with this glowing gauntlet. And as she does, you see there's almost this like sword that appears in the hand, and she just clocks you with the pommel.
Did I just get backhanded?
You just got pommel punched. That is a total of 7 points of damage.
Atara just, does one of those, like, back steps after you get punched. Just goes, oh.
Could I roll grapple?
You can tell Atara's kind of putting her guard down. She's done.
And Terra doesn't seem very fazed by this.
Fair.
You do see some of the coalition soldiers like start to draw their weapons, and Terra just sticks her hand up. And that's what we'll call it.
No! I'm not done. Enjoyed it. No, I'm just kidding.
Not yet. You're not allowed.
Not allowed. Not yet. Go another round. Bartender for the entire crew.
I'm just glad. When you said there was another murder, I thought I was going to have to cry and grieve for
Oh
her.
my god, can you imagine? I literally know there's another one.
I know it'll come eventually.
Now I have to grieve. Because I was so... Toby!
I was like, oh, what if What if one person in my backstory ended up dying? But I was like, I don't think my character would be a character at that point.
I lost it when you were just like, Madam, Toby, and then just walked out of the door.
Well, I want to thank everyone who came in to watch today, and for everyone that followed today.
Oh, now we can go see if there was any fun comment.
I don't think anything will top. Thank you for following, Daddy's Tinder Girl.
Yes. My lineage of meme legends continues to this day.
I would like to thank Bean for her vote of confidence in Finavir dealing with that vendor.
Yes, this vendor really playing games. He thinks he's gonna win.
So, shout out to Chim and Chloe for stopping by, and I know Moj was in earlier.
I know Bobicus isn't here anymore because their game started, but I'm Sod's #1 fan. Thank you.
Well, thank you, everyone, and we will see you next Tuesday. Good night.
Is it Tuesday yet?
Is it Tuesday yet?
Technically, yes.